Welcome, everybody. Really good to have all of you here for this really special day today. Normally, if everything goes well, we should reach 1 million followers today, which is incredible to think that it can happen, because if you put 1 million people, I think it doesn't even fit in one stadium. So really glad that all of you are here. We are going to be together during 6 hours. I don't expect all of you to stay with me 6 hours, of course, but today we have a special program because my goal today is to deliver a lot of value, because that's why you follow me, because you get education from me, and it is really important that you still learn a lot from me. So let me show you what is going to be the program of today. So program of today, first, we will start with a bit my story. We will see together how did I reach 1,000 subscribers, what are the tricks, because everybody's asking me how did you do that? So I will tell you the story. I will also give you my tips, because if some of you want to have this, I'm going to show you that. And then we will welcome two special guests that are in Europe. So Anders and Soufyan. And then at 2 p.m., the most important part of this session. The most important part, because I wanted to celebrate with you by giving you a free course. I've been giving this ChatGPT for Finance video course to more than 5,000 people, to more than 100 companies. And usually companies pay around $5,000 for this, or people pay $200 individually. But my gift to you today is to give you that, because I want us in finance to become champions of AI. And I think the best way I can do that is to give you that for free, to thank you for everything you did. So once we have finished with the ChatGPT for Finance video course, we have actually another part, which is best practices and knowledge sharing with other special guests like Josh Aharonoff, Oana Labes, Pieter, Slegers, Wattig, Martinez, and Liao, and maybe other surprise. So stay tuned. And for all of you that are already connected, tell me in the chat which session today are you interested the most. So tell me that in the chat. So I'm reading the comments. So we have people that, so we have a lot of people from Germany, South Africa, Pakistan, from Jordan. So people are interested for the first part to understand my story. How did I reach 1 million? How did I reach? Okay, a lot of people are interested with that. That's really curious. And actually, what I wanted to check with you is also where are we today on the live count, because I really worked hard to make sure we were neither too late or too early. So today let's check together where we are. So let me check, and I will share my screen. Share this one. Yes. So we are now at 842. So 999, 842. So we still need 158 people to join, to follow me. So what we'll do, if you can help by commenting or liking any post that you see on my timeline, and then I will start with my story. So let's start with, I think, the most important part is how did I get there today? So what I want to show you is first this. This is what happened to me. So I started with LinkedIn in January 2020, and like everybody, I just started with just following best practices. I was following people like Anders because I wanted to learn. And after a while, so after like 1 or 2 years, I started to see that I could also share. And then something really happened here. You can see here. And let me show you what happened actually. So that's the 3 parts that happened to me. And the first part is I knew that to learn how to learn finance, just words is not enough, because we all know that finance is complicated. So for this, I decided to start with CapEx vs OpEx. And it has like, I think 1 million impression. It's not written here, but 1 million impression. And so that's the first infographic I did with the help of my team. But I was designing this, and I spent a lot of time designing that, I remember. And that was the start to see that people love to have something complex, because at work, I knew that CapEx vs OpEx was something complex, but explained easily and with picture. So when I started this, you could see that it started to grow slowly. And I ended the year 2023. So I was here, I think, at 5 to 10,000 followers, and I ended the year at 60,000 followers, which is already amazing. And then something else happened here. And let me tell you the story. So actually, it was a Friday. It was Friday, 30th March 2023. And on this day, actually, it was the anniversary of when my dad passed away. And like what we do is my family all the time on Friday, we go and have drinks and have snacks, what we call in French apéro. So the girls have like a girl of 4 and another one of 7. They love that. And this time, I don't know why, but I brought the sound material of my dad, because together we did some DJ events, some weddings. And I didn't think about my dad. I didn't think that it was his birthday, or not birthday, but the anniversary of his death. It was just like, for once, I wanted the girls to play with this, to play with the microphone. And then the fact that this material was there, it smelled like my dad. And on the side of this, like I was thinking about a post for LinkedIn, because everybody was asking me in the DMs, oh, can you help me learn finance? Can you help me? Can you help me? The thing is, I knew that I had so many posts available, and I thought, well, here, if you want to learn about balance sheet, this is this post. If you want to learn about the KPI, if you want to learn about cash, about analysis. But it was really hard to explain that to thousands of people. So what I did is I thought about a curriculum, and then I went and did this curriculum. And this curriculum is here, the free finance course, the right side. And when I posted that, my LinkedIn went crazy. Like it was like every half an hour was, let me make it bigger. Every half an hour was like, I think 500 or 1,000 more subscribers. So there was like the free finance course on the right side. And then what I thought is, okay, let's do the same but for Excel, because I know people need for Excel. And that's, I grabbed here also some courses from other creators. And within 1 weekend, my LinkedIn went from 150,000 followers, because here I was at 150, to I think 300 or something like this. The thing is, 1 week after, I talked with my mom, and she said, "Oh, that's really good that you took all of the things for your dad to celebrate that he passed away." And the thing is, I forgot that it was actually his anniversary because I was so into it. And when I think now backwards, I think there was an energy that was there that helped me to do this, helped me really to publish that. And I got really lucky that it worked. And it helped a lot of people, because if you think about like 20 million people that got this free finance course, that's really something where I'm really proud of, because I want to help as many people as possible. But I was lucky. I got the chance to go to the right school, to be born at the right place, have the right parents. I got the right mentors. I got also right jobs where I could learn a lot. And I know it's not the same for everybody. That's why I wanted to give back. So let's continue to see what happened after that, because actually that was not the end. So after that, there was actually the cheat sheet. And that's where my internet and my LinkedIn exploded again, but this time much more, because this cheat sheet, that's the first cheat sheet that was made specially for LinkedIn. Like from all of the people that posted, was really, this one was made for LinkedIn. And cheat sheet is not new, but this one, because it was made for LinkedIn, because it has so much value, then this helped me also, because we got 26 million impressions. And you need to think that to make this, I spend 10, 20 hours with Chanel, which is my designer. We both like went inside and designed so much to make it perfect. And yeah, this created the waves of cheat sheet that you might have seen, all of you, on online. So that's basically how I got to 500,000 followers in May 2023. So yeah, so that's my journey. And when we come back now, like after 1 year and a half, I got another 500,000 followers, and I'm going to tell you how I did that. So tell me in the chat, in the comments, what do you want to learn, like how, like maybe about the cheat sheet, about the content. Tell me, for you, what is the most interesting to learn about. So I'm going to check the comments because there is a bit of delay on LinkedIn. So let me read the comments. I think some people want to learn about the graphics. So the cheat sheet, yes, okay. Tell me what you want to learn about. How did I build a cheat sheet? Okay, so now let me show you now, maybe for all of those who don't know me yet, like before I show all of you how it worked, let me now show you, after all of this work, where we are now also as a team. So my journey before I become I reached 1 million followers, I started as a financial editor at PwC. Then I went on to move in the corporate side. And then I became like the first finance thought leader with more than 1 million people following me, if you see in the bottom, which is really hard to believe. And I really specialize now in how to use AI for finance, and I'm going to teach you that at 2 o'clock. And what is really important for me is to really upskill all of you, because I really believe we in finance, we should become the AI champions. Because if you think about it, we have access to data, we have access to management, we have access to all of the other departments. We have also really good knowledge in technology. So that makes us the AI champions that we should become for business. So people were asking me, how did I create these visuals and how did I reach 1 million? Well, there is one key element. And the key element is that in all of your visual, you need to use the 3V. The winning formula is the 3V. The first V is for virality of the topic. Means, and I'm going to talk to you about that after. The second one is that you provide value. And the third one is visual. So if you think about that, like here, EBITDA explained to kids, it has all of these components. The topic EBITDA is actually a real viral topic because there are people that hate it, there are people that love it, there are people that just are interested to know about it. And not only in finance, but also in investment, also in management. So it's really a topic that is spread out all over business. And then the second is value provided. Here in this post, I'm explaining how EBITDA works, what does it mean, and how it is calculated. So I provide value because it's not easy for a lot of people to understand that. Then the third one is visual. And here you can see that the title is big. You can see that there is this small kid that makes all of us inside us love this post because this small kid is actually like, you cannot not love this small kid. And also like playing money, it reminds us like counting money. Actually, like I have a story about that. A friend of mine asked me, the godfather of my daughter, asked me what should I give to my daughter as a gift, what he should buy, what gift she wants. And actually, my daughter is doing the same thing that I did as a kid. She's counting her money all the time. Like she has her money, and then she's always like counting and counting. And so I told my friend, just buy her a Monopoly. She will love it. She will love the game. And I mean, especially all of you that are in finance here, that are in the chat, I think you know how it is to count the money as a kid. So now, let me explain you deep down what is the virality of the topic. What does it mean? Because if you want to post online and become viral, it's important to have a viral topic. And you don't need always to have viral topic. But if you want to talk to more people, you need first to bring them into your audience. So let me show you the viral topic. So what are the viral topics? So first, for example, here, this Excel course worked really well because we all know that Excel is used by everybody. Like somebody in marketing, somebody in HR, somebody in production, everybody use Excel. So this has more chance to work than the finance post. And you could see that this post actually has 20 million views and the finance post has 30 million views. So it's not the same. Then everything linked to cash, everything linked to EBITDA is also really popular, KPIs as well. And all of the tips for PowerPoint, for Excel, for AI, they work really well because it's not only for finance, but also for the other industries. What is also important is to give something to people, to have more engagement. And that's what I did also, and that's what I'm doing, because we want to make sure people also continue to learn. And having the post and reading it only once is not enough. People need to have the PDF to continue to learn. And I have so many stories of people showing me how they printed my PDF and hang that on the wall. And that's really cool. Actually, if some of you have done that, please comment if you have printed some of my cheat sheets and if it was helpful for you. And as an example on the variety of the topics, if we look for finance, all of the FP&A topics, they will work only for people in FP&A. The CFO will work a bit better because actually everybody is interested about the CFO if you work in finance, even if you are not a CFO, because we all want to know what CFO wants. Then a bigger topic is career in finance. Why? Well, if people are on LinkedIn, is to improve their career, to have better chance. So of course they are interested in career. And then finance as a general topic, so like EBITDA, because then it's not only finance people that are interested, but also other people. And then, like I told you, like if you talk about Excel, you will get viral. And what I do is I don't always post about Excel. I don't always post about FP&A. I kind of mix, because what I want is, my technique is the technique of the big net. Imagine if you want to fish, like I put a big net online and then I grab everybody that is there. And then after I take like some fish for FP&A, some for CFO. So I address after the topics with other type of posts or in my newsletter. Now let's look at the value provided. If some of you know my cheat sheet, you know here that what is really important is to provide a lot of value, because a lot of posts on LinkedIn are not really valuable, but here it's really valuable. People learn a lot, and because there are a lot of information, it's really important to use frameworks, because us as human, if there are too much information, we are overwhelmed. But if they are well organized, like this KPI cheat sheet, then we like that, because we see, oh, it's a lot, but I understand how it works. So it's really important to use frameworks to present your ideas. And then the last part is on the visual. Make sure you have a big title, because that's what people read first. Make sure you have big numbers. Make sure you organize your information, and you organize with frameworks, like I said before. Think like a YouTube thumbnail, which is basically the way to make sure people read your work. There is nothing more frustrating than having to work like 2-3 hours, 5 hours on a topic. And now I'm not talking only about LinkedIn, but also at work. And nobody reads your work. Nobody uses your work. And for this, communication is what I understood also the last years. Communication is not something that you add on top of your work. Communication is a multiplier. So if you think about it, let's imagine your work is 8 out of 10. And your communication is 0. If you add, then you still have 8 out of 20. But if you multiply, it's actually 0. And that's actually how it works. Your communication is going to either make that your work is not seen or is seen by a lot of people. So it's a multiplier. And for your work is the same. If you work really hard and nobody knows it, or not the right person don't know it, then it's like you never worked. And so think about that, and think about that as well when you produce great work online. Make sure everybody is seeing it. Also really important, the format 1350 times 1080. And I can show you an example of how we do that in Canva. That's something, let me check 2 seconds. If my team can send me maybe a link in the private chat of this EBITDA for kids, or anything that we did that could show that. So I want to show you how we do that quickly. And I will read the comments. Thank you everybody for the comments. Let's take a look actually where we are now before I show you how to use Canva, because we use Canva for this. So where are we in terms of the count? So we were before at 853, now 862. Okay, it's improving. Still not there, but we are getting there. We are getting there. So, okay, so let me show you the EBITDA for kids and how we build that. So I just need to move the screen. There is not the history like asked. Let me check. So I will use the history of Canva. So what we do is we use Canva. Okay, so all of you, if you use Canva, it's quite easy to use. And what is good with Canva, you can have your color that are saved. You can also have elements. For example, like a trick is you go, if you like this type of logo, you go on the logo, you click on info, and you know who did that. So here is done by Drosu from Drosu. So I can click on it and see all of his other logo. Or if I go on the kid here, it's maybe more helpful. It's done by BNP Design Studio, and I see all of the other kids here. So let me show you like actually how we build that, and let's look at the history. So that was like how it looks like the first version. So not really good. There was no kids. There was also like not really like, it was still okay for the organization. Then now it started to look a bit better, but it's still not the same impact. And now we brought the kids here, and you can see how much it changes. So here, for example, that's the final product, which is really, really complicated. Like there is a lot of information. Let's look how we build that. So here you see all of the, yeah, we don't see much, but you can see all of the iterations that we have, that we spend, like, I think we spend like always for this type of work, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks to make it really work. But that's what is happening is really, if what you need is to spend a lot of time, because when you produce something online, the fact that it's digital, it will never die. So there is like, I would say like an arbitrage between putting a lot online, but also putting the best. And the advantage is when something is really good, it never dies and you can reuse again. So for all of you, really like think about that. Like if you want to do good, make sure that your communication and your visuals are good. So now let's go back to the program of today, and we are going to share after with my other guests like their tips for LinkedIn. So the program of today, we had we just looked at my story and how I'm reaching 1 million. It's not yet there, it's 140 to go. And we have special guests. And the first special guest that I want to welcome is Anders. Hi, Anders. How are you doing?
Hey, Nicola. Doing well, thanks. How about yourself? Being part
Really
of this
good. Thank you.
awesome moment in history.
Yeah. And for me, it was very important to start with Anders, because actually, if I'm here, is thanks to Anders. Everything started with Anders, who I think for all of us in finance, which are publishing online, he showed the way, he paved the way. I remember like your post with a lot of insight, where I was like a baby professional, and I knew like each time I was reading from you, I was learning something. So explain a bit like for you, like how has been this journey and how is it right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a more than decade-long journey, right? And I started the LinkedIn blog, which is now a LinkedIn newsletter, back in May 2014. So that celebrated kind of its 10-year anniversary this year. But I even started a few years before that. So it's been a long time being on this content journey. But we don't create content for the sake of content, right? We create content for some sort of reason. For me, it started like personal branding, right? You need to be on LinkedIn to get seen, and maybe you get nice opportunities. And then later on, I kind of formulated my purpose, if you will, which is to help finance and accounting professionals be successful in their careers and help finance functions drive value creation. And that kind of helped me center on what kind of content I should create. Before that, it was kind of a bit random. And then since then, 2016, 17, it's been, creating content in series, talking about finance transformation, finance careers, all sorts of topics in this space. And my colleagues, they keep being amazed on how can you keep coming up with new ideas, new topics. But I think it's like with anything else, and that's what you have learned as well, Nicola. It's a skill that you build, and just like with anything else, right? You could ask an author, how can you keep writing books? Well, they just find inspiration somehow, and I think it's the same with us. And of course, now it's led to me building a company together with other great people. I'm the biggest LinkedIn person in Denmark, if that counts for anything. And I've been part of writing a book, and we just submitted the manuscript for a second book. So you don't know what opportunities will come to you when you start on LinkedIn, but if you just do things consistently, a lot of great things will come to you.
And when you see right now this journey, like how was it for you to, like, in your seat, to see that all of the changes, everybody joining you, how does it feel and how it was for you?
No, it's been amazing to see the community grow, and now there's finance and accounting content creators everywhere. When I started on LinkedIn, there was no one. I mean, yeah, there were different blogging sites or whatever outside of LinkedIn, but there was no one, right? And now it's you can't log on to LinkedIn without seeing the first 5 or 10 in your feed, even though the feed is cluttered with all sorts of stuff, right? So it's been amazing to be part of building this community, and in some way, I kind of feel like I handed over the baton to you at some point, right? Where you say, okay, now you're going to take the next step in building this community here, and you've done such a great service to the community and made it even bigger than I had ever dreamt of. So it's I think it's not that I'm not doing it anymore, but you've definitely taken it a few steps further.
Thank you, Anders, and it means a lot for me. And I remember when we met in Denmark, when I went into the office, what I really love is all of this people think is digital. And seeing you in real, first, it felt like we knew each other since a long time. But second, I think is what people don't know is we can see that like behind your background. Like if people let me show, like Anders built with his other partners like a real place. Like you build not only like a work for yourself, but you with Michael and the other partners, you really built a place where for you, this is where you would have loved to work also at the beginning of your career. And explain me that a bit, like how is this like taking everything that is digital but making it real also in Denmark?
No, I mean it's a bit unreal, right? Because when you are kind of, not that I was born digital because I had a real job when I started doing this, right? But when you're kind of born digital with doing something, and then people kind of come to you in different aspects, like Michael, who's our managing partner and is kind of the first full-time person in the project that we have now started, which is the office you can see also here behind us. He reached out to me in the fall of 2016, right, with just a small idea of doing something, and now that small idea of doing something is a fully fledged company with 21 people in it, and just continuing to grow, right? And I think there are still a lot of people that don't understand or cannot believe it or have no idea what it is, right? So we still run into lots of people online that are working in Denmark, have nice finance positions that are like, oh, we didn't even know you had consultants, or we didn't even know you had an office, we didn't even know you had this, right? Because what they have seen is my online presence, and they think, okay, this is just the online dude who's publishing a lot of stuff, and it's good stuff, don't get me wrong, but I have no idea he had built all this stuff with other people, right? So we're kind of, it's great, but it's also kind of battling that, how do we actually manifest these things in the real world? And like, the likes of you coming up and seeing it is just, at least it helps making it more real.
And on this, like actually right now, how you have seen the needs from company to get help? Because I really have the feeling since the last 5 years, it changed a lot from being a lot of focus on soft skills to now like it's a quite a mix between soft skills and technical skills. So maybe I have like a bias because I am teaching more. I'm teaching technical skills, but that needs a lot of soft skills because like to use AI, you actually need to have a great way of thinking and to ask you the right questions, which is really linked actually to business partnering. But how you have seen that, like the evolution of needs in the company and also the evolution of the finance person?
Yeah, so when we started our company, Business Partnering Institute, it was a lot about training programs and training activities, and we didn't know whether there was going to be a huge market for it. We knew there was a kind of a demand because obviously, especially in Denmark and in the Nordics and so on, the whole business partnering thing was quite big and had been so for quite a number of years. Yet people and companies struggled to really do it well. So we knew there was kind of a need for it, but whether VPs and CFOs were actually willing to pay for it is a completely different story, right? So luckily there was that need, and now we have worked with half of the biggest companies in Denmark to deliver some of our training content, right? And of course there comes a saturation point at some point where okay, now we have trained them, now we need to see what they can actually do out there, which is obviously what it's all about. And then in from the side comes ChatGPT, where you kind of rode the wave already from the beginning. And now we're like, okay, now you have been trained on the soft skills, so you should know how to communicate and influence. I'm not saying but you should know. And now you are telling me you don't have time to do it. They told us that already from the beginning, but now they tell you don't have time to do it. Okay, here is, now first time ever a tool that can help you do things much faster, more efficient, whatever it is that you want to do. Then learn how to use that as well, right? So of course you don't need technical skills to use like ChatGPT or other GPTs or anything like that. There are great technical people building these things in the background for you. So I don't think you need to really think so much in that direction for your career. There are great people building this for you, but you need to know and learn how to use it well to your advantage, because like we know the famous quotes, right? People won't lose their jobs because of AI. They will lose their jobs because of people using AI. So it's all the time people centric. And no matter even how good you are at using ChatGPT, everything you do in life and work boils down to moments of communication. So still, I think the communication part is the most important soft skill you can have, because that's kind of where it either makes or break for you, right? So it's a nice, good mix of the skills that you need. But I think what we talked about hard skills like 3, 5, 7 years ago was more like coding and SQL and Python and R and these things. And I mean, you tell me, but I really don't think it's so necessary for the average finance professional to dabble into those things.
And I don't know if it's the same in Denmark, but from what I saw in Europe and what I talked to CFO and also in the US, there is a big problem of finding accountants. Do the company you work with, like how do they deal with that? And what is also your own take as a finance thought leader about how to solve this problem?
So most of the companies that we work with, they are bigger companies, right? So they have already offshored all their accounting to like India or Philippines or even China if they have Chinese business. And of course, you could also find shortages there, but there's a much bigger supply of accountants out there. If I needed to find a good accountant in Denmark, I would struggle. We're a small business, right? But we still need an accountant. We don't want to do our own accounting. And we've probably had 4 or 5 accountants in as many years, right? Now we've actually found someone that does well, and hopefully she stays with the company we have chosen as our provider. But finding good accountants is a big struggle, and it's always been a big struggle. We always feel like debit, credit, and getting things to balance, that should be easy. But I don't know if you've done journal entries in your work, but I've certainly done that, and it's not always that easy, I have to say. So I think that's how the big companies solve. The small companies, it's a challenge, and it's kind of a weird place in time right now where everyone is telling you that technology is going to do everything that accountants are doing up until now, but still technology is not yet doing it. But people don't want to go into accounting because I'm going to go away if I'm going to go into accounting. So it's a weird place. Is it temporary? Probably. Will we always need some sort of accountants? Yes. And are you kind of tied to doing, when we talk about accounting, people always think about bookkeeping, right? And bookkeeping and accounting are different things, but that's what people think. So are you tied to doing bookkeeping if you study accounting and go into that field? No, of course not. You can evolve much beyond that. And you can also go into the business partnering space if you want to develop there. So there's lots of different opportunities to excel as an accountant, despite technology, of course, taking some part of the work and more and more every day.
And I think what people that go into FP&A or go maybe into positions that are not purely accounting, they need to understand that still the knowledge of accounting principles, double entries, debit, credit, for me, I don't think it will go away. Like even if you have ChatGPT next to you, even if you are really good at Excel, you really need to understand this language of finance because it's the language of counting numbers, of counting points in business. And so much today, I think, is like we hear scandal of I don't know which one was it recently that they lost 140 million. They didn't know where it was. I think it was
Macy's, I think.
Yeah, Macy's. And obviously, I don't think it's only like an error of knowledge. There is maybe something like lack of management, lack of ethic. But seriously, like you also, if you want to invest, you need to learn accounting. And to be a great CFO, to be a great FP&A manager, to be a great tax specialist or treasury specialist, you always need to know like this T account, this journal entries, and people should not discount that.
No, absolutely. But here's another kind of catch-22 for us, right? So if I live in the US or in Denmark or in some European country probably today, and I want to learn, for real accounting, right? You learn when you actually do it. There are not that many true accounting jobs anymore where you can actually learn how to do these things. So I was lucky in the sense that I worked as a finance manager in the US more than 10 years ago now. And there, there was a mid-sized entity where we actually had to do not all the bookkeeping, but definitely some bookkeeping. And, my accountants were coming to me saying, you have to sign this and, oh, I'm not sure how to book this. And so that's kind of baptism by fire, right? Whereas before, even though I studied finance and accounting, I hadn't really learned it, right? So it's about how do you find roles where you can actually really truly learn this and then move on, right? Because that's what many people want to do. The biggest career transition you have in finance is from accounting to FP&A or FP&A-like roles. Right? Everyone wants to follow this transition. But in Denmark, for instance, you have to almost start an FP&A, out of school, which is a big challenge, right? Because you don't know anything and you don't even know how the accounting works. So how can you explain numbers? You cannot. And then it becomes a bit fluffy and you don't have any insights and then you're not adding the value. And then then it's just not good, let's say, right? So it's not easy. Right? Because I would have a hard time convincing people to say study accounting today, right? Because there are challenges in going into accounting. And the people that want to go into accounting, they're not going into accounting because they like to work with numbers, not because they like to work with people. But working with people is more likely the main activity in the future than working with numbers. At least, communicating with people, influencing them, helping them be successful. So it's kind of, who are the people who want to go into accounting now? That's a bit of a challenge to answer, right?
And that's why I want to emphasize that, because I think if you start your career in accounting and you learn really the codes, and I was an auditor, so I got the chance when I entered PwC, I had no clue about audit, and they just taught me everything. And 1 year after, I was teaching other people how to do it. So you can learn it fast, and I think now I can never unlearn that.
No.
So, and I had good accounting basics, but I didn't have any audit basics. And I think having both and having seen a lot of accounts, it makes really now that if something is happening, your mind is working, okay, does it have a cash impact? Does it have a balance sheet impact? Does it have a P&L impact? And you know how to connect all of these three statements that are the most important in finance. And I've seen really a lot of my teammates or colleagues, which were struggling to understand if when you have a provision, if it has a cash impact, what is the booking in the P&L and the balance sheet. And it was a bit hard to see that if somebody has like 10 years of experience. So that's why I think educating online is important, because maybe not everybody had the chance.
No, educating online is of course a great way to do it, but it's yeah, there are challenges, and we shouldn't hide those.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you on, because I don't know, like you wrote maybe 1,000 posts, maybe 500 blogs, and do you have any funny story about what happened with the content that you did, the reactions, unexpected maybe outcomes?
I think the most interesting ones are always when you're at a setting in real life. So I forget about the online part, and people come up to you and say, and talk about what they have seen online. So we had a training program. So of course there's a higher chance that you meet someone there that actually has seen your content, right? But they come up to me and they said, like, you have completely changed my professional life. 2 years ago, I didn't know what I was supposed to do, but now I found your content and suddenly I have meaning and direction, right? That's amazing. And then earlier this year, we joined this running competition in Denmark with the whole team and everything. So I was standing there in the start booth. It was a relay, so I was waiting for someone to come and hand me over the baton. And then a guy is in the same booth, right? And there's thousands of people in that relay, but he's in the same booth with me. He just looks at me, comes over to me and says, "Hey, you're Anders, right? I follow you online. You're doing great work," right? So I think those are the amazing stories, and because online lots of things can happen, right? And you've seen most of it as well, I believe, and most of it is really, really good. But it's really when you see it manifest itself into the real world, right? Whether it's the company we've built or the people that you meet, that's really, really the highlight of it, I would say.
And I have a funny story with somebody who hired me. It was actually somebody from HR that reached out to me for training, and I asked her, like, how did you came across my services? And she said, "Oh, I downloaded one of your Excel cheat sheet, and then after I got to know that you also give AI trainings. So then I approached the AI, or I approached the finance teams, and together we reach out to see if you could help us." And 2 weeks after, I was there, like it was not far away from where I live, giving 2 half-day trainings on AI for finance to a company called Marchem Image, which is an industrial company. They do machines that do all of the stamping on or labels on products. And to know that, okay, like this Excel cheat sheet that a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, it's a bit cheap, it's not really valuable." I hear so many people with also really high levels saying they love it because it helps them. And so that's always encouraging to hear that. And that's, for me, that's what also motivates me to continue to do also these events for 6 hours. So
yeah, it's kind of like the New Year countdown, right? So unfortunately, I don't get to be here, I think, while you reach it, but it's coming up. So I'm going to be celebrating it on the sidelines as well.
Yeah, maybe before you leave, because I think you have to leave. What is for you the future, and how people can reach out? Like, what is your call to action?
I mean, I think it's just take a step forward in your own development, right? You cannot stay put because things go so fast, right? So we help people develop, both you and I. We have different topics that we help them develop on. But if you make an active choice and say, I'm going to develop myself some more, that's really all you can do. And both of us and more, we're here to help. So don't be strangers out there. Go follow, see the content, but also reach out if you and your company have challenges in what we are helping with, right? I think that's really what it is. And we're not just creators online; we're actually people that can help in real life.
And that's true. And you can come visit Anders in Denmark, because Denmark is a really pretty city, or Copenhagen. Really pretty city, and you are directly in the center. So if you want to check Anders' work, please go and help him also like reach out the 400,000 followers.
Yeah, I'll reach it before the end of the year, I'm sure, but not as fast as you reach the million.
So yeah, if you are all here online, we'll post in the comment Anders' profile. Reach out to him. You can subscribe to his newsletter that are here. He has great newsletters on trends in finance and accounting, but also he has a podcast, a lot of content from Anders, and really high level, which I really like because it's really important to go also on the strategic leadership, on the business partnering. So good job, Anders, for everything you are doing, and really thank you, because I think all of what you did for me was like showing me the way, like all of these calls we had during COVID, and where you explained me how everything worked. I think you're a big part of this success. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for letting me be part of, Nicholas, and good luck with crossing the line here in half an hour or so, whatever long it takes. And thanks for letting me be part of the journey as well.
Thank you, Anders. Have a
Bye,
good day.
everyone.
So for all of the rest that are still there, the program is really long today. We are, let me go back to the program to show you what we have. So now Anders was with us, and the next step is to welcome a new guest, which is one of my really good friends from work that, again, the LinkedIn got me the chance to meet in person and to do a lot of things with him. So Soufyan is going to join us in a few seconds, and then Soufyan is also going to show us some way on how to use storytelling with AI. We are going to talk with him about that. And after, at 2 p.m. CET, so my time in Europe, we will start the free live ChatGPT for finance course. So please stay tuned. If you have colleagues, tell them to come. And really, I'm excited for that because I want to give back. I want to help you to use AI and ChatGPT. So let's see who is coming today. If Soufyan will come soon. Before Soufyan is coming, let's see where we are at the counter. So, wow, this is going fast. Really, really cool. So let me show you where we are today. So right now, sorry, we are at 999, 915. So we passed the 900. Awesome. So keep helping to push that. Maybe we will be there when before 2 o'clock. And I have to tell you, yesterday I thought the growth was going too fast and we'll reach before 12, which I didn't want. I really wanted to have that live with you. But what happened is during the night, there was no growth. It was really, really small. So today, yeah, like we worked on that. We posted good content, and now I can see that it's working. So that's amazing to see that. So let's see if my friend Soufyan is ready. Is there the man, the financial storytelling expert, the number one, who is now also becoming AI for financial storytelling pro? Explain that, like what you did last week, Soufyan.
Yeah, it's because of you, Nicolas. Well, usually my point of view is that we have a role as a human being in finance. And so I was always really focused on how you can use your human skills to bring more human into finance. The thing is that thanks to Nicolas, I got the chance to experience that you do not need to be ashamed or even afraid to use tools like AI to enhance things that are usually the most human skills in finance, like storytelling. And so this is what I did 2 weeks ago. I was invited by the FD magazine, so it's a finance director magazine in Belgium. And they organized a training, a conference day called AI for Finance. And so I thought, yes, I'm invited. The goal is to speak of AI. So let's be curious and see how I can help the topic that I prefer, storytelling, with AI tools. And this is how I did it. I learned how to use AI tools like ChatGPT, Copilot, and even other tools that are very interesting and very impressive. And all that thanks to you, Nicolas.
Sorry, I was muted. So do you want to show that maybe like not now, like in 5 or 10 minutes to warm up everybody? Can you share some of this insight that you shared?
Yes, I can even go and give my masterclass if you want.
Yeah, we can do that after. I don't know how long you have. But before we do that, I was talking with Anders before about how this is also changing from digital to physical. And I want everybody to understand that there was the first time we met with Soufyan, we actually organized kind of like a retreat. We booked a camping place and we thought, okay, we could just drink beers and go for runs. But no, like we are still here. We want to produce something. We want to help people. And explain a bit what we did this weekend and how was it to work together for the first time?
Well, indeed, we never met at that moment. That was very surprising because we discussed through Zoom, Teams, and so on. And obviously, it was easy to meet. And we met somewhere in the south of Belgium so that it could be easy for me to come, easy for you to come. But thank you for having made the biggest part of the travel. And so we met there and we just decided to make it a bit challenging. And we thought, what can we produce in one weekend that would give value to the finance community, that we would be able to create ourselves, the two of us, with skills that we have in common. And so I thought, I have storytelling, I like to use PowerPoint. Obviously, you're also very good with it because you also have the same story with as myself regarding presentations and storytelling. So we thought, okay, let's create a PowerPoint guide. And so it was on Friday, end of the afternoon, that we decided, okay, let's do that. And for Friday evening, a lot of people would have just gone to the pub, to a restaurant. No, we worked until 10 o'clock, I think, with the outline of the guide. On Saturday, we woke up quite early. We worked again. We went for a run. You run a lot. And then at the end of the weekend, it was on Sunday at noon or something like that, we did it. Like we produced the guide. It was 116 pages with 25 features that we saw together. And all of that in one weekend with print screens, with demos, I was impressed because honestly, I'm a good procrastinator in general. And having this peer pressure to produce something from you made me realize that, yeah, some things do not need to be done in years or months. It can be done quite fast when you have the good methodology, when you have the good pressure yourself, and that you have the good drive to work efficiently.
And I have to say that it was really fun because I wanted to say, okay, I wanted to keep from this weekend like a nice memory and really a challenging memory. And what we had at the end is, like you say, like when you left your car in your car, I just show you the phone, say this is the first sale, like we got the first sale. And just to show to everybody how is the PowerPoint guide for finance. So what is good inside, you have, let me show you, and maybe it's not the best formatting, but we have 25 areas where, yeah, maybe it's a bit too, let me put like this. Yeah. So 25 topics where I think like if I would start today and I didn't know how to use PowerPoint, it's a great help to use PowerPoint and to know what you can do. And I mean, let's just show you. And of course, we are plugging a bit our product because we are really proud of it. Like for example, animations. We explain really quickly because we don't want to make a long book hard to read. We want to make it concrete. We have print screen, and also we show you exactly how to do that. And what I really like is this part, the finance use cases. We show you how you can use that in finance. We give you tips. And that's based also on the 15 years of experience that we both had. So I think 30 years in total. And so have a look if you want. It's on the website here. So maybe my team can put the link into the comments. But yeah, that was just like to explain what you can do when you are motivated and two great minds meet. And it was really fun. Like I really liked because I think we complete each other quite well, right?
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, we have totally different areas of expertise. I mean, you're really a driver, while I'm weirdly enough a technician. I like to work on stuff that are concrete and produce stuff from my hands. And so it went really fast, and it was a good starting point for me to realize, okay, you can do something with simply your knowledge and live of your passion, which is to transmit knowledge. And basically that was the starting point of a new training that I created recently, the PowerPoint guide in video training. This is basically this guide, but in video, so that you have the demos, you have the step-by-step, you have the financial use cases that make sure that it's directly applicable to your daily work. And so this started with this.
And now it's launched already 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I launched it 2 weeks ago. There was a Black Friday promo for this. Today it's over, but I think that I can create some promotion to celebrate your 1 million follower today, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Like everybody who is there, like if you want the link, just tell us in the comment, tag Soufyan, and I'm sure it will come back to you if you want a promo from the PowerPoint video course, which I know Soufyan, I know how he does his video course is really complete. It's not like, oh, just click here and then it's finished. No, it will show you the tricks, and the presentation of Soufyan's are really, really pretty, but also really efficient. And when we worked together, we did, so Soufyan got the chance to get a client in Algeria. And Soufyan was in charge of the slides because even though normally I'm really good at slides, I found my master. And so if you can learn from the master, then learn from Soufyan. So yeah, afterwards, or even now, like if you have time, you can post it. Before we do the master class that you have prepared on AI for financial storytelling, do you have a funny story about working together or the experience in Algeria, the work we did?
Well, that was fun in Algeria, because it was the second time we worked together, but it was on client work. So it was directly with a company, with the CFO, with the FP&A team. And what I found super fun, and that relates to something you told me earlier, it's about the cheat sheets. When we often talk about the cheat sheets, many people think, yeah, it's too generalists. No one looks at that. There's just too much information. And I remember this dinner we had with the CFO, the FP&A manager, and the HR director. Well, the CFO told us directly, yes, Nicolas, this cheat sheet, I love it. This is how we found you. And we printed it and we just hanged it on the wall of the finance department. And so I realized that, like what you said is really true about the influence it can have, because it's a starting point. People have access to a lot of value at once, and it's not like they are going to read it all the time, but as you say, if it's well structured, people can have a look at what they need at the good moment, and they just have this at hand when they need it. And so I find it quite interesting to find out that even people highly placed, because it was a huge company, we talk about the whole team, it's a big group, and the CFO had a team of more than 100 people under him, and he was interesting by what we do. And so you just realize that with the power of what you developed, with the power of what I developed, you can have as much influence as a Deloitte, as a PwC, as an EY, just because you work on your experience and you can have a direct contact with an important person in a company.
Yeah, and that's really the fuel to continue to do that. And I think we talked about it with Anders. Is really about educating and showing your work. And yes, you can have an impact. Like, it's not because you are not partner at PwC that you cannot have an impact. Now, like, I have partners coming to me, and I know like some of my friends now became partner, but I think is all of us now, thanks to technology, you can have more impact. You can have like a bigger megaphones. You can talk to more people. And so if some of you that are watching, if you are really good at something, just go ahead and share it. And people will see that, and then they will ask you more, and then you will want to say more. And like this, you will be maybe invited to do some conference like Soufyan did on the AI for financial storytelling. So tell us in the chat if you want Soufyan to share with us his masterclass, some of the key insights for like the condensed version for us before we start at 2 p.m. the ChatGPT for finance course that I prepared for all of you. So tell us in the chat. And in the meanwhile, Soufyan, before we start that, for you, for you, like, do you have right now, like, what is your plan for 2025? Like, what do you want to do? If people want to work with you, like, what is your focus for 2025?
Well, I have multiple focuses, because 24 was the first year I could entirely live of my passion. Before that, I had to work as a consultant to make sure that I could live from my activity. But since this year, I could live of my trainings. And so now my goal for 25 is multiple. The first one is to have a big impact in Belgium, because weirdly enough, I'm from Belgium. This is a relatively small country, and I don't have a lot of traction there. It's like a lot of people say, no one is prophet in their own country. Well, here, I only started recently to be contacted by the FD magazine. So my goal is to really have an impact in finance teams in Belgium. And I will also want to give more conferences. And so next year, and that's a first information, I will go to the FP&A forum in Texas in March to present about storytelling, financial storytelling. And so my goal is to give at least 5 conferences on the topic. Because today, despite what we say, storytelling is still a buzzword for many people. When you discuss with CFOs, when we discuss with finance directors, it's very important for them. But as soon as we discuss with teams who are in the daily tasks, it becomes secondary, because they often relate storytelling with salespeople and marketeers. And that's a shame, because one way or another, we will need those skills. So my goal is to continue evangelizing people, so that our finance profession and our finance field invests in knowing more about storytelling. Because after AI comes, the technical parts of our job will reduce little by little, until at a certain moment, we will only have ourselves to keep on being there. And without investing in those skills that we are supposed to have as a human being, well, we take the risk of not being relevant anymore. And so my mission next year is to evangelize even more so that every finance professional in the world starts to think, what's next? After AI, how can I still be relevant?
Good. So now let us show us, because I saw a lot of people in the comments asking for it. So you have to imagine that what you're going to see, CFOs had to pay, companies had to pay to see that. And today, Soufyan is doing us like a big favor, is going to share with you this exclusive content that he never shared somewhere else. So you're going to get it. I think also you have a more extended version that you can share at the end, right?
Yes, I have recorded it for the people who attended the conference. And so what I will do as a gift to your community, that that you'll get the link to this video. So of course, it's a use case really related to Belgium, but at least you will get the sense of what we can do with AI. And that's very important. So I will start to think about how I can share this.
And while Soufyan is preparing his slides, we will start at 2 p.m. CET, the ChatGPT live course. So now it's kind of appetizers where we are lucky to see what also AI can do. But I will show you like really from the basics, how to use ChatGPT for finance. You will get like a full 2 hours course, which is normally people pay, they pay, I think 200 was the live course and per person, or if you are a company, it's $5,000. So you will get that for free in 45 minutes. So stay tuned, invite other people, because it will be only one time, and for really like to celebrate the 1 million, which right now actually we are at how much? Let me check the counter while Soufyan is preparing his slides. We are now at 999,945. So almost there, everybody. We are reaching there. So please share also my profile with everybody around you. If you are in your office, ask your colleagues to follow us, because we want to reach the 1 million, all of us together. So Soufyan, now
are you ready? Will you see my slides?
And let me put them on. I will remove my others, and I need to add your stuff. Yep.
Okay, great. So thank you for being there. The goal of this masterclass is really to show you that we can improve even things like storytelling with AI tools. Because preparing a presentation and delivering a presentation doesn't have to be a pain for all finance professionals. Because recently, I asked to all the participants who were presenting. And so I would like you in the chat to tell me what you think, what the proportion of CFOs and finance directors is that are satisfied by the level of presentations made by finance. So use the chat and tell me which percentage do you think that CFOs are satisfied by the presentations delivered by finance? Because when I asked to an audience of 500 professionals in the world, well, 83% of them present regularly their figures. So a monthly report, a budget, a forecast. And that's a good news, actually, because if 83% of the finance professionals regularly have to present their work, it means that finance has a voice and that they take ownership of their work and their presentation. But the thing is, when I ask the same question to the leaders, FP&A directors, CFOs, and I asked about how satisfied they are about their presentations. 84% are not satisfied, and that's too much. There are multiple reasons why they are not satisfied, because we have too much on our slides, there's no clear message, this is not tailored to our audience, we don't use stories, and also the delivery itself is lacking engagement. Those are 5 reasons I'm not going to extend on, but if we know what the issues are, we could know what to do about it. And generally, I use storytelling as a way to improve all these, but today the goal was more to think about what we can do to improve all these with AI. How can we make it better with AI? So that's the question I asked myself when I prepared this masterclass, and I'm going to show you some use cases in which we can do it. But before that, I want to present myself a bit, because I talked about myself, but the fact is that I have 17 years of experience in finance in companies like PwC, just like Nicolas, Deloitte, or Proximus. And 3 years ago, I decided to found the Finance Circle, which is a company delivering training to finance professionals to help them improve their finance business partnering skills and their storytelling skills. And I've done that to companies like Deloitte, like yesterday, for example, Proximus, Holcim, Upwork, Puratos, and many other companies and individuals. Enough talked about myself. You can find more information on thefinancecircle.com, but I'm pretty sure that you want to know more about how AI can help us in our storytelling. But before knowing about AI itself, it's important to understand why storytelling is important for finance. Because as many, I'm pretty sure that you think that storytelling can be a buzzword. It has been used too often by salespeople and marketers who try to deceive others or try to sell something that's not worth it. But in finance, we do have a value from storytelling. And it's in 3 points. The first one is that we need to be understood and trusted. And so the question that you have to ask yourself is, do people get my message at the end of the meeting? If it's not the case, storytelling can help you. The second point is that we need to make it important, because why would people care if it's not important for them? And the question you have to ask yourself is, do people remember and care about what you deliver as a message? If it's not the case, well, you might want to consider storytelling. And the last point, and this is one of the biggest and important points of a presentation, is to get to make people do something. And so you have to ask yourself, do people do something about what you just mentioned in your presentation? If it's not the case, well, storytelling might help you. And the thing is, we know that presentations are challenging for us in finance. Generally, people don't feel at ease. And recently on LinkedIn, I also asked to my audience, why would people think that it's challenging for them, even if they know what the issues are that we saw? Well, those are challenging because most of the people think that they lack a clear structure. And it's obvious, because most of the time in finance, we have a template. We fill that template and we use that template as a report, but also as our slides during a presentation. And so we'll see how AI can help us with this. We also have the lack of skills. And when we dig deeper, it relates more to how you engage, how you present, how you behave in a presentation. And so we'll also work on how AI can help us. And finally, we have the lack of time. Honestly, I thought that the lack of time would be the first excuse, but generally people are also self-conscious about the fact that it's not only about time, but mostly about things that come from an external factor. So when we know the reasons why people feel presentations are challenging for them, well, we can also ask ourselves, how can AI help us with this? And so for the lack of time, I will present you how you can, from an existing presentation, just learn the summary and the executive summary. So we'll see how ChatGPT can help us, but also Copilot. For the lack of skills, it has more to do with their presentation self. And so we'll see how we can rehearse a presentation or, and that's the funniest, have it delivered by an avatar. And the last point, which is basically the most important, the lack of a clear structure. And here we'll see also how we can use ChatGPT to create a structure, an outline that we could use with storytelling, with a storytelling structure. So let's try it and see how we can do that. I will maybe not show all the use cases because we are limited in time today, but of course I will send you my video after so that you will have access to all the use cases that I would present today. The lack of structure was the first issue that people determine as the biggest challenge. And why? Because it's not obvious for us. We live in a world where the structure was determined by the P&L, and so we start with the revenue, the cost of goods sold, the margin, etc., etc. But the thing is that it's rarely a storytelling structure. It does not help people being attached to your narrative. And so how can we use ChatGPT to help us with this? Well, we'll see how we can prepare the outline of a presentation. Let's go to ChatGPT and prepare a prompt that's detailed enough. And so with Nicolas, in something like 30 minutes or 40 minutes, you'll see how to prepare very good prompts. But here it's important to already know about storytelling, because when your prompt asks for more details about storytelling, if you add more, you'll get more results. And so it starts generating the result. But what's interesting for that is that I mentioned that I wanted my storytelling structure, and the basics of that structure is based on the 3 what, the what, the so what, and the now what. I won't tell more about this today, but here the goal is that my outline really considers all the 3 what. And so when I will prepare my story, I will be able to touch people. And so when I have this outline, I can just copy it and go to Copilot. In Copilot, you can just go on the Copilot button and create a presentation about, where you will add an additional prompt about the context of your company, the information that you want to add, and you will just copy paste the outline. And in some seconds, it will generate the outline that it will use, the structure of the slide. And those slides will eventually be generated after you confirm that you are satisfied with those, or just change the place of these. And in some seconds, you will have perfectly usable slides. Of course, they can be adapted, but you can see that your slides are prepared with animations, visuals, and content. You can adapt, and you should adapt the content, because it's sometimes quite limited, but at least you don't have to think about the structure anymore. Your structure will follow a storytelling flow. So that's pretty amazing, right? Write in the chat if you appreciate that, because Copilot can be very powerful if you add the power of ChatGPT to it. So that was how you can solve the lack of a clear structure. But we also have the lack of time. And generally for CFOs and finance directors, the lack of time is more in the fact that they receive the slides quite late in the process. And when they receive it, it's a slide deck of 100 slides made of 10 slides from here, 20 slides from there, 30 coming from an additional team. And so there you are, as a CFO, coming to the board, and you have to think, what is the main message? And so we'll see how we can create an executive summary with ChatGPT just from a slide deck that you receive from your team. So here again, the same way, you will go and add more context to your prompt so that it considers them. You will upload your slides. Here I took, for example, the slides from a company that are published on their website, and I will just launch the process. And so after some seconds, you will get the executive summary, and you see that it gets the information not only present with this, but with the highlights that they consider necessary. Of course, don't accept it like it is. And if you have a special need, don't hesitate to add it. For example, here I want to add risks and opportunities and a point on next steps. And so it will update your slide and your executive summary with a section on risks and opportunities and about the next steps. So that's pretty useful to have these tools, because imagine you're like 3 hours before this meeting, you received 100 slide decks, and you will want to know what people need to remember at the end of this meeting. That's pretty impressive, right? You can do the same with Copilot. I will not show it today. You will have it in the video. But what I'm more interested in is to show you something that is particularly important for me. It's about the presentation self and how you present, because no one will be able to do it for you. You have to be the voice and the hands of your presentation. The thing is that not everyone is trained, and my advice when you do that is to practice, practice, and again, practice. There's no secret. You have to do it many times. But the thing is that to practice, you must rehearse. And sometimes rehearsing is not obvious because you don't have the resources, you don't have a meeting room, you don't have people who will be able to give you feedback, or you simply don't have your time or their time. And so a way to do so is to use a tool that everyone has. You don't need an additional license for that. You just need to use PowerPoint. Because in PowerPoint, you have a tool that's called Rehearse with Coach. And this tool will help you rehearse your presentation and get feedback on it. So when you're on PowerPoint, just take your presentation and go to Slideshow. And in the slideshow, you have Rehearse with Coach. When you just go and start rehearsing, you will be able to have live feedback and a report. So let's start rehearsing. So we can start talking, and whenever I have this presentation, I will on purpose use expressions that they will detect. So here I will, for example, read the slides. Q3 2024 Proximus results presentation to the board of directors, showcasing Q3 2024 results to the board of directors. Here it didn't detect already what I had to say, but in terms of expression, it detected that, for example, I went fast enough. Here, it also detected a filler word here. If I say, actually, basically, those are filler words that they will detect. Here, we will try to make sure that in our presentation, they will also consider that I read the delivering value first. Let's stop here and see now what's the most important. It's our report. Okay, indeed. So indeed, the most important is our report. And when you have this rehearsal, you see how many slides you rehearsed, if you used filler words, if you hesitated too much, or if you use repetitive language, or even further, if you use non-inclusive language. So it tests even that. But what's more interesting is the pace. In average or over time, you see how your average pace is. So if you go too fast or too slow, well, it will also tells you more about this. The pitch is more the tone. If you change the variation of your words, your tone, well, it's super important to still be engaging for the people. And the last point is that it checks out also the originality. So if you read your slides, you won't be considered as original. So that's the rehearsal tool that we have from PowerPoint. There was a latest use case that I wanted to show, but obviously we will not have the time today. It had to do with how you can prepare an avatar video of yourself to explain the earnings to all employees. So you prepare the script with ChatGPT and you create a video of yourself. But for this, I will leave you the surprise right after this reduced masterclass, because the most important is also to think about the conclusion here, because we can use AI. There's no shame and there's no fear to have from it, because it's a tool, and a tool is never human. But if this tool can help us be better humans and better professionals, we should use it, because storytelling is one of the most human skills there are. And we should be able to use AI to be more human in finance. And that's what I try to do with my services and my trainings, by helping finance professionals become better business partners and improve their storytelling skills. So if you want to know more about storytelling, just go to thefinancecircle.com. There are free resources there. There are cheat sheets. There is a free course. And I will also send you in the chat the link to the rest of the video, so that when you have the opportunity, share it with your colleagues, share it with your friends. That's a way for them to be inspired about how we can use AI to help us with storytelling. So continue to train, continue to work on your storytelling, because this is the future of us in finance. That's what I wanted to do, and I hope that
Congrats,
you
Soufyan.
enjoyed it.
I'm really proud of you, because you basically enhance the fact that storytelling is more and more important. And instead of choosing between technology and storytelling, no, you are saying put the two together so your impact is bigger. And I really like the tips you gave. And I think a lot of people didn't know about rehearsal, or didn't know that you could use ChatGPT this way, or even in Copilot. So thank you for that, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to save time. And actually, I want to hear from everybody in the comments. Tell us what was your favorite part about the presentation. And like a lot of you ask, yes, Soufyan is going to share the full recording, which is much bigger, in the link in the comments. Also, if you want to reach out to him, go ahead, follow him on LinkedIn, Soufyan Hamid. So like this, also you will know where to find all of his best content. And if you really want to have a career in finance, there is two things you need to do. Of course, you need to be good technically. But if your technical knowledge never goes to outside of your own sphere, if you never have impact because you don't know how to express the insight, if you don't know how to explain your analysis, if you don't know how to talk to the management or to the other stakeholders, then you will never really like raise and have a higher salary, have the promotion. And that's why I really recommend the course of Soufyan, the financial storytelling program, because you have everything inside, where if you follow that, I cannot imagine why you cannot have an edge compared to all of your other colleagues. Because we have to admit, in finance, we are not that good in financial storytelling. And we see our colleagues in sales, marketing, like they can talk really well. They can like have an impact without doing all of the hard work that we do. So why should they have an advantage? Why not you? And that's why I really recommend the course of Soufyan, the financial storytelling program. Maybe you want to finish by that, Soufyan, about what is inside and where can people find about that?
Well, what's interesting about that is that it's based on the same experience as everyone there. That I used to be really bad at presentations, not at public speaking because I was at ease, but at public speaking. But more in the fact that I didn't really know what to say and how to say it, how to structure it, how to select what information to say and what not. And so the whole course is based on what I learned to deliver better presentation after my CFO told me that I needed to improve it. And so it starts with this, not with the slides, but by knowing what you say. And this is the main message. So my course is in 4 steps. The first one is to prepare your message. From the analysis, you extract the information and you prepare the main message. The second part is from the audience that you know, learn how to structure your narrative, because you do not speak the same way to an exco than with a marketing department. It's just different because they have different expectations, different experience, different financial literacy. The third point, and this may be the one that attracts the most, but it's only in third position, you learn how to create slides. And so there you have access to the PowerPoint and data visualization guide, where I show you how to create better slides and better data visualization. And in the last part, I show you how to deliver better presentations. So being at ease in public speaking, with your body language, at engagement, how do you answer to difficult questions? All these are prepared in a course in 6 sections with 56 videos. And in these, not only do you have the videos, but you also have the final exam where you have to present in front of your camera. I will personally look at it and give you feedback on it. So that's something that's never been done, I think, in self-paced courses, where you have an interaction with me, with my feedback. And there are also bonuses, because not only do you get the PowerPoint guide, but also 5 templates for monthly, quarterly, budget, and forecast results. So those templates are included in the course. So if you go to the financecircle.com, you will find in the course section the financial storytelling program, and it's available for you at a special price, because according to the country you are in, you will get a discount that's calculated according to the level of your country.
Do you want to share where people can find it? Because we always think it's easy to find, but I'm sure
yes. Okay.
Some people want to know where they can grab that.
Yes, I will just...
Everybody asking about the recording and the slides of Soufyan. So Soufyan has actually a bigger version of what he just showed, the masterclass, and he will share you the link in the comments. So look at the comments or send him a DM, follow him. It would be like, if you send him a DM, I'm sure it's easier to get it. And like this, you can connect with him and follow him, because he has great content. And I know that for a lot of us in finance, financial storytelling might not be the priority, but that's how people become CFO. That's how people become manager, not just behind their Excel file, but also going in a presentation and have an impact. And that's only through financial storytelling.
Yes, and I'm showing my screen, so I don't know if you see it. Yes. So here in the Finance Circle, you go to courses, and there you have the financial storytelling program, but also PowerPoint guide for finance. So if you go to the financial storytelling program, you will find there all the explanations about what's in the course, for who it is, and what other people have found of this course, because that's one of the most important information, is that I want people to be satisfied. And obviously, all people are satisfied by this course, because I have not had a single negative feedback regarding this course. So go to this landing page and find more information and join the financial storytelling program, because today you still have a good price, a good promotion, because to celebrate the courses, the 1 million follower of Nicolas, I'm giving it for a reduced price only until the end of this weekend. So that's my
and
gift.
we have Jean-Paul, who said that your training is amazing. So I mean,
yeah, Jean-Paul, I saw his presentation. It was great.
So awesome. Well, thank you, Soufyan. Thank you that you gave this exclusive insight for everybody, especially like AI, finance, financial storytelling. Really good. And I hope people will follow you. I think it's great. People think that we are alone, but no, like for me, you are like a colleague. I text you, we work together, we are even friends. Like you came over 1 month ago where I showed you Stuttgart. So thank you for being there in my journey.
Thank
It
you,
feels really
Nicolas.
like we sit next to each other every day, even though we are just talking virtually. So thank you for everything, and thank you that you came, Soufyan.
Yeah, I have more contacts with you than with my past colleagues in my last years after COVID. So, of course, we are more than colleagues. And I want to congratulate you for everything you've done. And I want to thank you for the inspiration you are for all the community, but also for me. And thank you a lot for your friendship.
Thanks. Have a nice day.
Bye,
I know you have to
everyone.
work after. Thank you for everything. So go ahead and follow Soufyan. Great content. And like this, you will have the push content on your timeline because we are always producing a lot together. And Soufyan is doing a lot on financial storytelling, but also on PowerPoint. So go ahead and follow him. And if you think that financial storytelling is important, then check his course. Thanks, Soufyan,
Thank you.
for everything.
Bye.
So let me remind everybody about the program because I really work hard to make this program work perfectly, and somehow it's going to work because we are 15, like let me show you. We are 11 people away from reaching, let me share my screen, from reaching 1 million. And I have to show you like something, all of you. Like the last days, I was counting and like managing all of this. Like, let me show you all of the insights of like, I cannot stop still being a finance guy. I was counting every day, okay, at every 3 hours, how much we need to reach 1 million during the live. And it was kind of like sometimes it was good, sometimes it was bad. And yesterday, like I was even going to slow down because I thought we will reach our million before we are live. So I slowed down a bit, but this morning we were too slow. So I pushed again. And yeah, now if I see we are almost there. So let me check my profile. 10 to go. And I want to call my team because actually it's a team success. It's not my success alone. It's really a team success. So this is really, everybody has to understand. So this is a teamwork because I know what I want. And at the beginning, I was spending, I think per visual, before I got the help of Chanel or Lynn, I was spending sometimes a full night. Like my wife can say that, like I was starting at 9 p.m. and until 2 a.m. I was really working for the carousel, for also the live, the infographics. And yeah, we now, like with the help of Chanel and Lynn, we could do much more. Also, Damien helped a lot to organize all of this, also to make it online on the on our website. And so this is really thanks to this team. So thank you for that. I think now we are reaching almost the 1 million. Let me share my screen because I think it's actually the best is to show this one. So this is, yeah, I will never have thought I would reach that in my life. Okay, 999. So in the comment, thank you everybody for the nice comments. It's great. And like I said, we'll have the course in 7 minutes on how to use ChatGPT for finance. That's my gift to all of you. So let's see if we reach that. We're there. Yes. Woo! Awesome, guys. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, the team, because now, so we are going to start the ChatGPT for finance course. What was the program today? the program today. So we spend the first 2 hours looking at how I reach 1 million subscribers. And it's really hard to control this machine, but I even could control to be on time. So that's good. And now we are going to start my gift to all of you. This is the ChatGPT for Finance course. Normally, this course, I do it in Zoom. So there is a bit more interaction. I get messages. Some people show their screen. It will be a bit different because it will be mostly, or it will be only me talking. But we are also much more. So I want you, if you can, take one page next to you. So if you have two screens, have me on the screen plus one page, which is ChatGPT. That's the first prerequisite. If you cannot, just maybe split your screen in two. That's the first thing. The second, if you have any questions, put them in the comments. I will see if I can see them and answer live. There is a bit of delay, but we'll still make our best. And third, all of this is recorded. So I will put that on YouTube as well. I have a YouTube channel. So you will give you, like, the team can already now put the link of YouTube in the comments. So please also subscribe to my channel, because I'm starting there to give a lot of free videos of 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes 1 hour, where I teach about how to use AI for finance. Good, so tell me now, let's start with the first question to all of you. Tell me in the chat how often you are using AI in finance. Is it never, once per month, once per week, or every day? Tell me in the chat. And I know there is a bit of delay. And what is interesting is when I asked these questions 1.5 years ago, almost nobody used it daily. Most people used ChatGPT maybe for emails, or maybe just to ask some basic questions. Now, 1.5 years after, I can see people starting saying every day I'm using, daily I'm using for financial analysis. And it's crazy to see how in finance we progress so much on this, how much we learn, how much we went from this tool that nobody used to now you could never stop using it. So I can see a lot of you are using it every day. But yeah, this is something where I want you to use more. So let's start our course together. And remember, this course is normally paid by a company $5,000 or by individuals $200. So it's huge chance for you to have this together. So let me do that. Yes. So first, I want to show you really quickly the main use cases of using ChatGPT and AI for finance. So what are the use cases? Why should we use it? Well, the first one is for productivity. Each time you have to work with words, why should you write all of the words yourself? Why not use this tool? You can see here an example where if I need to explain IFRS 16 to my team or to other departments or even for myself, just by writing explain IFRS 16, I have here a lot of value, and it's so fast that you cannot find something better than that. But you can also use it to translate, to also simplify complex terms for other departments. So that's, I will say, something that I think most of you know. The second part is about creating your long documents. Creating, for example, memos, like you can see on screen, but also checklists, also step-by-step guide, or even templates for your emails. And maybe a story about that. I remember when I was head of finance and controlling with a team of 10 people, each time we had the auditors coming, we were just all of us stressed about it. We had to produce all of our documents, all of our controls. And I wish at this time that I had ChatGPT, because I know me and myself and me and my team, we had to spend a lot of nights like documenting, writing everything, which now like could be done with ChatGPT just in a matter of minutes. So what else can you do? Well, the thing is, even if AI is coming, we are still going to use a lot all of these office tools or productivity tools like Excel, PowerPoint, Word, Power BI, even SAP or QuickBooks. But now, thanks to AI, and here is an example on the screen, you know and you will know how to use Excel like a pro, because this tells you exactly how to use it for your own use case. Before, you had to go on Google or watch YouTube video or on forums to learn first and then apply it on your file. And it was like taking you maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Now, really, like in 2 minutes, it gives you exactly the formula you need. And I will show you some examples later. And the last one is on financial analysis. Believe it or not, even me, after 15 years, I still get almost every week new knowledge, new ways of doing financial analysis, thanks to ChatGPT. And this is because ChatGPT is like this assistant that is working in your team, which has read all of the books on all of the website on Wikipedia, all of the books on analysis, economy, marketing, project management, Excel, all of the instructions. The only thing missing for this assistant is actually you, because you are their manager. You are the manager of this assistant. And so this assistant is just there and waiting for you to ask which help you need. And that's what I'm going to show you right now. So we want today to make you a pro at using generative AI. And for some of you that have seen my course, you will maybe know what I'm going to show you, but for some of you it's new. So let me show you the basics first. And the basics on how to use ChatGPT for finance is first to learn how to prompt. And let me show you the biggest mistake everybody is doing. A lot of people are using ChatGPT like Google. And why? Because if we think about it, ChatGPT is new since 1.5 years. But Google has been there since 15 years. So we are used to just enter like 1 or 2 keywords to expect the maximum output. Because we are humans, we want to do the minimum to have the maximum. So let's see if I want to send a reminder to my client who didn't pay the last bill. Let's see if I use the Google method, if it's efficient. So I will just type dunning letter inside ChatGPT, and let's see if I get a good output. So first thing that people are going to see here is, wow, it writes really fast. Wow, it looks super smart. That's the first reaction when you didn't use ChatGPT. But then when you look into it, you think, this is not going to help me. This is just explaining me what is a dunning letter. And tell me in the chat, why is it like this? Why I don't get my dunning letter? I see some of you already like commenting. We don't get this dunning letter because here I use it like Google. But I told you, ChatGPT is your assistant. It's like a trainee or somebody from your team. And if I'm working with you and I want you to write a dunning letter, am I just going like to send you a text message or a Slack or email with just 2 words saying dunning letter? No, it will not work. I will have to explain you what I need, for which client, why I need it. So I will give you context, I will be specific, and I will give you clear instructions. And for this, for people who know my framework, I created a framework that is called the CSI. So with CSI, you will start solving problems. For those who watch TV, remember that CSI, they can solve problems because we're going to give context. I am an accountant. Knowing that for ChatGPT is really important because ChatGPT will know it needs to answer to an accountant. So it will be focused on this. Then I need to be specific. What is my problem? My client has an overdue since 2 months. And that's not enough. Because if you just say that, ChatGPT will tell you, oh, here are the 10 ways you could help your client. But no, we know what we want. We want a communication to the client. So using that, let's see if I get a better output than the Google method. And what do you see? You see our Dunning letter, written so fast that even the best typer in the world will never write that fast. And even like, I think a lot of us here are not native English speaker. So even if you're really good at English, you will never write so well. So it writes fast, and it's also a better writing than you. So that's how CSI is going to help us. But when you read the content, a lot of people are telling me, okay, like it looks quite standard, but what about if this client is never paying? Is it going to be enough to make the client react? Not really, like clients receive all the time these letters. So we're going to call a second team, because if you want to solve problems, if you really want to solve even a crime, you are going to call the FBI team. And like this, with CSI and FBI, you are sure to solve 99% of your problem. And what I like with FBI is the F, it stands for format, because we are going to explain what type of format we want as an output. Here, a formal letter, but maybe I wanted a script to call my clients instead of writing my clients. And so I could ask ChatGPT, write me a script. Then the B is the most important part of the prompt. It's the blueprint. That's where you are going to say what you have in mind, where you know like these keywords like communication needs to be hard, and use words like legal actions, you know it will change a lot the output. Then the last part, I, is identity. You can ask ChatGPT to behave or act as somebody. And here, what about getting a lawyer for free instead of paying $1,000? So let's see if we have a better output, especially if my client is never paying on time. So I will paste this prompt following the CSI and FBI. And you can see that now, let's stop here for a second. Look at what we have here. We have 4 bullet points, which is really easy to read for a human instead of a long letter. And these 4 bullet points are really clear about what is going to happen if they don't pay. And I can tell you that if the client sees that, they are going to sweat and they will probably call you back or reply back or pay back, rather than the previous email, which was kind of too standard and too gentle. So you see how we moved from using the Google method, which is okay, but not really helpful, to just having a bit more input in our prompt using the CSI and FBI to have something that we can use straight away, and on top do maybe better than what we would have done alone. And even if you knew already this framework, that I will show back again on the screen. I really advise all of you to share that with your team, because maybe your team is not using AI yet. Maybe they are not using it the right way. So take a screenshot of this and share that with your team, because it's really important that all of us in finance use more AI so we could have more impact. So now tell me in the chat, what are you excited the most? What do you want to see more from the course? Because that was the basics. We are going to be more advanced now. So I'm waiting for the chat to see the comments. So tools we will see after. We are going first to look at what all of us in finance love the most and think that is the most important. It is financial analysis with AI. And let's take the case of the headcount analysis. So we will do here this example where let me be here. Yeah. So in this example, I have a file with the different names, department, position, salary, and increase. And I will show you first what you can do if you are allowed to upload data in ChatGPT. But after, I will show you also how to do it without uploading the data. So let's start here. So what we see here is all of the columns that exist in Excel. And because I have access to ChatGPT 4 and I have team account, I can upload data. And now I will ask ChatGPT to act as a McKinsey consultant, and that I want to prepare a presentation to the board on the headcount analysis. And now the blueprint is make sure that you have visualization and recommendation. So what we'll see is the most important part is what is going to happen right now. And this you need to learn, all of you, because that's the most important principle is what you see right now. So let's stop for a second here. Right now, ChatGPT doesn't read the Excel file. ChatGPT actually cannot read an Excel file because ChatGPT only reads words, like text. That's how the model is built. So because ChatGPT cannot read the file, ChatGPT is going to use a trick. A bit like us, like if I give you an Excel file on a CD or an email, you cannot read it because it's all of the information are inside. What you do is you open it with a program that will show it to you what is inside. And what ChatGPT does is actually asking Python to show what is inside the file. So it asked Python, so that was in black above. Above was asking, show me the first 5 lines. And then Python executes and tell to ChatGPT, hey, my friend, here are the first 5 lines. Now ChatGPT knows what is inside, and based on this is the same way that if I am on the phone with you and you explain me how your file look like, I will ask you, okay, what type of column do you have? What type of data? And then I will tell you, okay, you have name, you have department, you have salary. Maybe you can do an average of salary by department. But I still didn't see the file. So ChatGPT is processing and thinking what type of analysis we can do because it has the name of the columns. And so let's go back here. So, sorry. So now that it knows all of this, it will go back and propose analysis. But again, ChatGPT cannot calculate. What ChatGPT can do, however, is tell to the Python friend, hey, Python, can you do this analysis for me? Here are the formulas, or here is the code. But it's like asking Excel to do a sum for you. So then this is what is happening now. ChatGPT is asking Python, hey, please do the analysis for me. Please do these graphs. And now we have the friend Python is doing the work, and us in finance, we know that is calculated, is not invented. And that's a big difference from what happened 1.5 years ago. Now, thanks to both of these tools together, you have analyses that are auditable because you can audit the input and the formulas to see the output. And you can do even something a bit more complex. You can ask the salary distribution by department, and you get the best graph to show you the distribution of salaries. And I can tell you, the first time I saw that ChatGPT could do that, I was like, wow, I did 15 years of analysis and I never thought about using this type of graph. And I even didn't know that it was possible. And this is actually the best graph to show distribution among salaries, but also expenses among departments, maybe also among your products, like how your products behave. So now the question is, okay, it's cool. This is inside ChatGPT, but every week, every month, I have to do this analysis. And maybe I'm not allowed to use ChatGPT. So can I do that in Excel? Well, let's see. Let's actually go and ask ChatGPT, how can I do that in Excel? And that's how you become also much stronger, because 2 minutes before, we didn't know that this graph exists. And 2 minutes after asking, how can I implement that? Then I get exactly the instructions step by step on how to implement this graph inside my Excel file. And for all of you who didn't know that it was possible, you just have to select the 2 columns. You just click Insert. You go to Graph, and here is our graph. The same one, just like 90 degrees head turn, but you can change that after. And so now I am inside my file. I didn't give my data, but I still get the same analysis. This is how we can get all of us much better and do better analysis thanks to AI, because AI can teach us how to do that. So tell me in the chat what you think about all of this. And then after we'll do something more complex, even more complex. I'm reading a bit the comments. So first, a lot of people say that they are using it every day. Cool. So let's see what we have at the end for this. We'll have a recording after, so don't worry. If you follow me on YouTube, like go and subscribe, you'll see the recording. So yeah, this graph is a box and whiskers graph for everybody asking. So now we have done this. Let's do something a bit more complex, which is a cohort analysis. For those who don't know what is a cohort analysis is basically understanding the behavior of your clients. And cohort means that we are going to group clients in cohorts or segments. It could also be called segment analysis, but it's just cohort because the SaaS industry loves to call that cohort. And we want to get insights to see if some cohorts behave differently than others. And one really important insight for the SaaS industry is how many people stay and how many people leave based on when they started to be a client. And to do that in Excel, it's a lot of work, a lot of formulas for those who have done it and tried it, and also a lot of conditional formatting. But we actually want to be fast. So let's see how we can use AI to do that for us. So I have my date, my customer ID, my product, and my invoice amount. I will again upload it, but after I will show you how to do it without uploading it. And I will ask, and that's where it's really important, and that's also where knowledge is still really important, is to know what you want. And because I know about cohort analysis, I know how to ask it. I say that I want the visualization because I know it's the best way to do the analysis. And I also want to have an analysis month by month and on the retention rate. So how many people are staying? And again, we use Python to do that. And when Python and ChatGPT, they are done, what we will see is something that in Excel, you will need 2 to 3 hours to do at least. And this is this type of graph, which is the cohort analysis monthly retention rate, which shows in dark blue that people are staying, in light blue that people are leaving. And we can see in the middle, there is a line that is much lighter than all of the other lines. Even if it's maybe not big enough for you, but is here is actually in August, the line in the middle. This cohort, the people left much earlier than all of the other cohort. And now AI cannot tell me why, because AI doesn't have access to other information. That's where me, the human, I'm going to take my call, my phone, I'm going on the floor, I'm going to check with my teams, with the sales, with the marketing team, with maybe the product team. Hey, like, what happened in August? Like, we do something different? And then maybe you will understand that in August, you did kind of like a hard promotion where you got a lot of people that normally don't come because you sell really cheap. And then what you see afterwards is that the people that where you sold it for really cheap is not the customers you want to have because they leave. And then you will learn as a finance team, but also with marketing and with sales, okay, maybe we got more customers, but over time is not good to do that. So then you will bring value to the business by showing promotion brings customers, but not customers that stay. So let's not do that anymore. And that's how you do that in 2 minutes, by showing the problem. With also, again, financial storytelling is much easier with a graph. And that's how you bring value to the business using AI. I see some of you saying, okay, like we cannot upload data because we don't have ChatGPT paid version, or my company doesn't allow that. Then let me show you how to solve this. So as a reminder, what did we do now? First, we uploaded the file, we prompted, and we got this result. But let me stop sharing. It's the wrong slide. But this brings some problems. So let me show you the problems that it brings. Yes. So just navigating between 2 slides. Yes. So the thing is, now we cannot, maybe some of you cannot upload data. That's the first problem. So how can we really solve this? Okay, now I have the slides in front of me. It's the right ones. So let me show you how. Yes. So we have 4 problems. The first one is that your data are confidential if it's corporate data. The thing is, if you don't have a contract with OpenAI, with Copilot, with Gemini, well, your company doesn't allow you to put anything confidential. So you cannot do what I did just in front of you. That's the first problem. The second problem, even if you could do that, imagine your manager, imagine your colleagues, imagine the internal control or even external auditors. How could they check your work if it's in a chat box? You cannot audit that because maybe it's gone after you leave the company or maybe you lose it. So it's not really good to keep as a trail of your work. The third part is today, the LLMs cannot really handle large files, especially if they are complex, heavy. So you also have this difficulty. Then the fourth one is you cannot really scale that because imagine you have to do this analysis of cohort on 10 different companies every day. Like imagine yourself having to chat 10 times every day, you will lose so much time. And when we think about AI, we think about time saving. So this is not going to work. What is the solution? Well, let me show you. We are going to reverse engineer what ChatGPT did, but in our own environment. So let's see how to reverse engineer by asking ChatGPT exactly what they did, but now we want the code on how they did that, or how ChatGPT was able to do that. And by asking the Python code is basically the key, is the language that will tell me how to do that in another file, in my environment. And here you can see I open a Google Colab book, which is basically Google Doc or Google Sheet, but for coding. And because everything we have to do with Excel means that we have some language with computer to use. So the computer needs to speak code to do the language. And we cannot just explain with our words. So what we'll do is we will take the code from ChatGPT. So let's do that now. So we'll take the code that was created. And we know this code worked because we saw the results before. And we'll just paste it inside. Then we will upload our file in Google Colab, which is like uploading a file in Google Doc. And if you don't have Google, you can do that with Microsoft, with Visual Studio. It works the same way. So now we are still in our secure environment. And I will just tell in the code, where is my data? And I will press play. And when I press play, what do I get? I will get exactly the same graph. But now, this graph is not in ChatGPT. This graph is in my own environment. Now, this graph is also auditable. I can see the input, so the file. I can see the code, which is just formulas. And really, like Python is like Excel. It's not really hard to understand when you see the formula. Here it just tell, oh, do a graph. And so it's really easy to understand once you break the barrier that you have. And then, so we can audit it. We could use our confidential data because we are in our secure environment. And third one, Python is really good with big data. Now you could upload like a large CSV, it will run really fast. And the fourth one, if I want to do that every day on multiple files, I just need to click the button. I could even program it that every day it runs automatically. So it's like scaling is awesome. So this is Google Colab. Some people are asking, yes, it's a Google product, but it's just a place where you can run code really easily because you don't need to be a coder. You just need to ask ChatGPT the code for you. And let me show you something you can even do with Python and generative AI together. So before I show you how, I will tell you a small story about how you can use generative AI to automate tasks. It was 1 year ago, at the same time last year, I got a letter from the tax administration of Germany. They wanted to audit my sales tax. They wanted to audit my sales tax because I do a lot of sales outside of Germany, and on this, I don't have a VAT. And they were curious why, because also the platform was collecting the VAT for me. So I just hit the flags and all of the threshold to get audited. So thank you, like very good news after my first year of business. And I got really stressed about that. And I called my accountant / tax advisor, and he tells me, well, everything we have been booking every month just with a sum, now we'll need to upload and book all of the details of all of the transactions inside the accounting software. And then my mind was starting thinking, all of the transactions? Like that was like 80 files, because it was like one file per week over 1.5 years. And in each file, there were like 100 to 500 transactions. So I was like, whoa, okay. And then he tells me, the problem is that your files, I cannot upload them like they are. Your files, they have in the column negative and positive amount, and the accounting file or accounting software doesn't work with negative. So we'll need to have another type of file which shows positive only, and then another column showing debit, credit. And then like kind of 4 or 5 other rules to clean the data. And I was already like thinking, okay, if my accountant that I pay $100 per hour has to do that, it will take him like maybe a week. So 40 hours, $4,000. I was really starting sweating and thinking there should be a way. And then I remember that we are actually having the chance here to have ChatGPT that can help me maybe combine already these 80 files. So I went to ChatGPT and I asked, can you combine my 80 CSV files for me in one file? Like this, I thought, okay, I can do the cleaning in one file in Excel, and it would take me one afternoon, but I can do it. So I prompted once, and I got the code, and the code worked straight away. And you have to think, I never coded in my life. And now, like in 5 seconds, I got Python ChatGPT that helped me to combine 80 files in one. The next step, cleaning the data. I was thinking to go back to my safe environment, Excel. But then I also remember that I might have to do that every quarter. And I was already on the way to use generative AI and Python, so why not continue? So what I did is I asked, okay, for this column, what is the code to make everything positive, but when it's negative, put a debit, when it's positive, a credit. And then like I did all of this, like went back, like I think in 3 iterations, I had the full code that was changing all of the file. I tried that in Google Colab, and my file was ready 20 minutes after. Then I called my accountant and I sent him the CSV file. While he was on the phone, he uploaded the file and tells me everything is green, everything is booked. And that was 45 minutes of my work. I saved 4,000 euros. I also saved a lot of time, a lot of stress. And luckily, I think thanks to this, thanks to AI and Python and this work, I passed the audit and I didn't have any problem. So this is how you can use AI to automate your work, to really do tasks that will have take you 1 week to do it in just 1 hour. And let me show you, to illustrate what I said, let me show you how I did that. I will show you a more simple version, but it's the same principle. So imagine you have files with your sales data. Here you can see I have date, product, and what I want is I want an annual file. I want to combine all of this in one file. Normally, what I will do is I will go in each file, I will do copy and paste. And after 12 times, I will have a combined file. But it's time demanding and it's not something I want to do. So I asked ChatGPT, can I combine that? in Google Colab. And ChatGPT is showing me all of the processes and then the full code. So what I do after is I go to Google Colab. I get a new notebook where inside you can see that I connect to Google Drive, and I will find back the same 12 files that I showed you before that are in this folder, sales 2023. So now I will copy the code. I will paste the code. And the only thing I need to do is to explain in the code what is the path of this file. So where are they located? And I change that in the code. I press play. And now what we see in Google Drive is a new file arrived 15 seconds after. This file is called combine and has January, like we can see. But after January, what we have is February. And then we have March, and then we have April. So we have all of the months. And something like this, I think all of us in finance, we have to deal with this task where you are thinking, why should I do that manually? And using AI and Python is the key, because you can do that in your confidential environment. You can tell to AI, to generative AI, with your own words what you want, and AI will write the code that can do that in your confidential environment. And let me show you even something more ambitious that I share normally only with the AI Finance Club. So I will share something that you can do with AI for financial analysis on this part. So tell me in the chat what you think about this technique first. And then I'm going to show you exclusively this video. So imagine now you want to analyze your data, but you don't really know what to start. You don't know which analysis you want to do. So what you can do, let me show you how. Yes. So I just need to. So let's look again our famous file that we all know before. This one, this file. So we saw that before. So you all know this file. You all know that we did the cohort analysis on this. But now I don't want to put my data inside ChatGPT, okay? Because all of you, I think 80–90%, you are not allowed to put your data inside ChatGPT because your company maybe doesn't have a contract with ChatGPT. So here I'm going to show you the trick. And not a lot of people show you that, but this is actually how you use AI with your own confidential data without having to give your data. So look at this prompt. What I'm saying here is I am a CFO of a SaaS company. So that's the context. My specificities, I have an Excel file with 5 columns. You could remember from before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the only thing I did is I'm going to show you the first four lines. And because I do that, I kind of replicate what ChatGPT did with Python when it was asking Python, hey, show me what is inside the file. I'm doing the same process. But here, the headers is not something confidential. I mean, what is confidential about having a file with date, customer ID, product sales amount, and country? Nothing. Then I just put fake data inside, just random data. So like this, I know I'm not doing anything confidential. Just to show also to ChatGPT if it's date, if it's amount, the format it has. And once I do that, after, I will ask and I will explain how the file is. So explaining that, again, like if you have somebody on the phone, I have 100 of lines from January 22 to 31st December. And I will ask ChatGPT to act step by step, saying, first, think about the analysis, and then give me the code for this analysis. And I did that in the O1 preview because it's a model that think more. So for this heavy analysis, it's better to use this. And what you can see is in 7 seconds, it thought by itself about everything we can do. So first, all of the potential analysis. Then you can see like we have 10 great or 9 great analysis. And then the step 2 was to get the program that I could use, the code, inside my own environment. And here we can see like we get for all of the analysis a specific code. And now I have even the instruction on how to do that inside my program. So if you know how to follow instructions, you will succeed here. So what I did here, really important, I just copied, then I went back to Google Colab. And for everybody asking, you have the same in Microsoft. It's called Visual Studio. I just paste it. And what is happening now in this code, I will show to everybody. There is a code asking me where is the file. And because this code is asking me where is the file, I just need to look for the file in my computer. I uploaded it, and I stay in the Google environment. If I have a Google Pro account, then I can do that. And look at what is happening. All of my analysis is done. Just in a matter of seconds in my own environment. Like imagine having to do that in Excel will take you like 3 to 4 hours. You might even not know what type of analysis you could do. But here you have some basics analysis. So because not everything is also super complicated. But then we get some interesting insights. For example, month-over-month sales growth, or sales by product, or sales by country, or here a pie chart. And even something that is really hard to do in Excel, total sales by country. And that was just trying once. I didn't go back and forth and asking for specific analysis. And so you see the power of having AI, Python, and your data inside your own environment to do that. So I want to hear a bit more in the chat what you think. So some people say, okay, I only have the 4 Omni. It doesn't matter. Like you can get most of what I got that with also the other version. I was just like showing what you can do with the best version. Leila say the access to ChatGPT is banned on my work computer. Well, maybe your company allows you to use Copilot. So you can do that also in Copilot. And if not, you can use ChatGPT with your phone. But again, don't say anything confidential. Just ask, oh, how can I do that in Excel? How can I do this type of analysis? And like this, you will get better. I don't have a paid version of Google. So it's just like free for everybody. So this everybody can use. Just make sure if you do that for company information, make sure your company allows you to use Google Doc, Google Sheets with your company account. Don't do that. It's not safe if your company doesn't allow you to use Google, like Google Cloud, Google Doc, Google Drive, Google Sheet. But you can do that in Microsoft Visual Studio. Awesome. So now and if you have questions, just tell me in the chat. What we'll do is I will do again more analysis with you. But let me show you something. And also that's a way for me. I want to a bit promote my YouTube channel because I did a great video on how to use AI with Excel. So let me show you the last video. And I'm going, so if all of you are there, the team, can you put the YouTube channel in the comments? I want all of you to subscribe. And really what is important for all of you is to know that you can learn even more online thanks to my YouTube video. So I will just show you like 2 minutes just to show you what you can learn. So let me go here and yes. So yes. So I will share, and I'm just checking if the sound is going to be with this. I think so too. Okay. So here's my YouTube channel. I will just show you like 2 minutes of something I did that you can also look after. And if the team can confirm me if we can hear. Just tell me if in the private chat if you can hear. Okay, you say you cannot hear. Let me try again. Confirm. Can we hear or not? Just tell me in the chat. If not, I will stop screen. Present. Okay, I know now. Now it's okay. You should be able to hear. So here I have a file. And let me explain you what we are going to do.
First, we have this file where we have our products, the revenue of last year, the revenue of current year, and the promotion of last year and promotion of this year. Let's select the header and copy the header, and you will understand soon why. Now let's move to ChatGPT and let's explain ChatGPT the situation. I work for a supermarket in the finance team. My boss wants to know how the promotion was working this year. Help me calculate the best KPIs for this in my Excel file. Really important to explain that. Here are the headers of my Excel file. And you see, I just copy inside the header, but I don't give any confidential information. Giving the header of a file, there is nothing confidential. It doesn't know about my sales. It doesn't know about my promotion. So let's see how ChatGPT can help us. Okay, so we have here the different KPIs we can calculate. We have first the promotion effectiveness, which is quite good. We have the revenue growth rate. We have the promotion spending growth rate. We have the revenue promotion ratio, and we have the incremental revenue per unit of promotion. So a lot of different KPIs. I'm actually quite curious with the last one because I think this is the most relevant. So I will ask how to do the KPI number 5 in my Excel file. Wow, so now I have even the formula. That's awesome. What I really like here is we go from the theory of explaining the KPI, where I can also challenge it, to have exactly here the formula. On top, here it shows you that we assume that the revenue last year is in column D, revenue current year is column E, etc. So you can check now if ChatGPT understood how your file works. So we're going to do a check to see if we can use this formula. I'm going side by side to verify, and revenue of last year, column D, yes. Revenue current year, E, yes. Promotion last year, F, yes. And promotion this year, G, yes. So we can use.
Just for everybody, this is super important because if you don't do that, what is going to happen is you are going to get formulas that you are using and nothing will work. So the same way that if you are helping somebody with formulas, or the same way that if you start going from one file to another file and copying formulas, you need to make sure that the prerequisite or like the initial information is like the structure is well understood. And a lot of time I have problems because ChatGPT thinks that my data starts at A1, but maybe my data started in B2. And just by that, it, like it changes the order of columns and you get crazy about that. So just make sure this works. And once this works, then you can copy and paste the formulas normally without problem.
The formula. Let's copy the code. Now I have the incremental revenue per unit of promotion. Awesome. So I'm just going to format and I can double click to apply this formula everywhere in my file. But you might ask yourself, what does it mean? Well, why should I answer you when I can ask ChatGPT to answer to you? So I can say, how can I explain this KPI to my boss and my colleagues? So you see, here is really the information for each additional dollar we put into the promotion. This is the additional revenue we'll get. And we have example. Quite good, right? We have even proposition on how to present that to the boss.
This again is something for all of you. It's a change of mindset. That's why I said earlier, AI is not only technical, it's also soft skills. What I did here, I did something what we called is AI first approach. AI first approach means that if from what you do in your work, you have a question, instead of going somewhere else on Google or asking your boss or asking somebody else, you use AI to continue to get the information you need to go further. And here what I did is, okay, ChatGPT, you tell me about this KPI, but like, what does it mean for my business and how can I explain it to my boss? And instead of having to think about that, I will ask, and then it will help me think about it, because you still need to think about it, but it's better having the words putting together. It's like having a book where you read, and then when you think about something smart, you stop for a while and you think about it, you process. This is AI first approach. Each time you want to do something, you start with AI first. And might be controversial. Some people think, oh, you need to think on your own. Totally agree. But why should you take more time to think when you can get faster with this tool? And by doing that, I'm actually learning faster. So compared to somebody who never use AI, I think that using it this way, you will learn more faster, and your boss will be happy to have you in your team. So let's continue, because I want to show you the last part, which I really like.
Now that we have this, I want to highlight which one are good, which one are bad. So I'm going to ask how to highlight the good ones from the bad ones in my Excel file. Here, it gives us the answer by saying that we can use conditional formatting. So first, we need to identify what is good or bad, and then we need to apply the conditional formatting. So how to add the conditional formatting? I just need to select my column, go home, and click conditional formatting. There is a lot of different possibilities. I can use greater than if we want, but just a tip for you, you can also use color scale. Just based on the value, you can show when something is good or not. So here, for example, we want to show that the bad ones are in red and the good ones are in blue. So we can see, for example, that walnuts was a really good use of our promotion, but just under soda was not. So quite cool, right? But it is still a bit too complex because we have 50 references. It's really hard to present that to your boss. So how are you going to do? Let's ask again ChatGPT, which graph can I use to represent this KPI for my 50 SKUs? So we can use bar chart, okay, conditional column chart, scatter plot, hit.
So here is my favorite part, because like we decided to talk before the course, we had Soufyan that explained the importance of financial storytelling. And you could see how my file is still heavy, is still really long. Nobody will read that if they don't have time. But do you know that a picture is processed 60,000 times faster by the brain than words. So if you decide to put your data into a chart, you will have much more chance to explain your story to your boss, to your colleagues, to the management, to your business partners. So, but the thing is, we are maybe not experienced enough in which chart we should use. But this little tool here knows all of what you should use, and it's great to have a discussion with ChatGPT for that. So let's see what we can do.
Heat map or bubble chart. So here we can use maybe some of the graphs, and that's why I wanted to do this video as well, is to show you something you don't know. What I will recommend here based on my experience, and that's why experience is also really important, and you should practice to learn and try here to see which one is the best for you. But I will recommend to use this one. Let's see why. I'm going to ask how to do the scatter plot in my Excel file. So the data we know is already organized, and here insert the scatter plot. How to insert a scatter plot? Select the data, go to insert, chart, scatter plot. Select the data, insert, and in chart we have here scatter plot. Wow, really good. Okay, so that's quite interesting, but here when I click, I don't know which product is this one. So I'm going to ask, how can I see which point corresponds to which product? And you see how I'm using it like an assistant. So, okay, I have here the full detail. So click on the scatter plot, okay, right click on any data point, add data labels. Okay, so we have here.
And you can see here how it's really messy. And that's where you as a human, you should know there should be a way to present that better. And that's where we go back, because I also, like you, I didn't know how to change that. So I just went and asked, how can I change all of this?
Here, the data labels, but it's not what we want. Yeah, at this point, Excel will add numeric values. Okay, but we don't really want that. So format data labels, and what we want is value from cells. Okay, so we're going to remove first this and get value from cell, and that's when we are able to select the name of the product. Let's check. Yes, now we have our product. Now what I can ask is how to interpret this graph. So we can see trends, we can identify clusters and spot outliers. So how to interpret this? Actually, I like this explanation here. What does it say if I take low promotional spending? So more here, because it means you see like this line is $0 spending, $600 spending. So we spend a lot for the meat. The y-axis is how much revenue we generated by unit of promotion. So what does that mean is basically walnuts is really well performing. We didn't spend a lot of money, but generated a lot of promotion. Chicken was really bad actually. And generally meat, I think we spend too much money on promotion. One thing I want to check is per category. I just want to analyze the meat. So what I can do as well is move the table here under, and I want to analyze just, for example, the meat section. So I will select meat, and now you see that I have my graph just based on meat. So like this, actually beef was quite well performing, but chicken not. Imagine going to your boss and was quite well performing, but
so this is how, like, I have to be honest with you. I never built something like this in my previous experiences. And I wish I would have built this, because you can really analyze a lot of data and also make it dynamic. You can also go to a meeting with your boss and have a live discussion on data, drill into data, show them result. And just like you sit down next to the sales department, to the production, and you together, you see the problems, you identify the outliers, and you go and work on it. This is really here how we can become, all of us, much better, because you have to imagine I did all of this for the first time for the video. And of course, the video is shorter and I had to prepare for it. But it took me 20 minutes before the video to reach to this point. And I think without ChatGPT, I will first never reach that, even though I'm good with Excel, I'm good with graph, but I will never thought about this type of graph first. And second, it will take me a lot of time to reach that. I will have a lot of problems. And now I have something where I can go to my management and use it in a meeting, or I can go in my one-to-one with my business partner and discuss to prepare, to ask, okay, why is there a variance here? And like this, I use the technology to make my work faster, but to have more time to work on problems. And that's really here, the key is to use this as a tool, because it's not going to replace you. It's going to make you much better than what you are right now. Because again, I don't think you can do that without the help of this tool for the first time. After you will learn, you will be faster. But for the first time, this is amazing. So tell me in the chat what you think about this method. And we are going to post the YouTube channel in the comments. So go and please subscribe to because I'm going to post every week this type of videos. So I read something really interesting in the channel from Fernando. Fernando is saying, we implemented a policy where every employee had to ask ChatGPT before turning to other resources. And we saw a significant boost in efficiency and creativity. That's amazing. That's what I love, is when management is like this. It's not even just saying, oh, you should use, you must use. I really love it because, yeah, like this is an amazing policy, Fernando. So if all of you have other use cases like this, please share in the comment. That's the beauty of community, the beauty of being together, because it's not me only teaching you. You can learn so much from all of you. So please tell me and tell to all of the people here in the comments how you are using AI for finance. So somebody else were talking about clustering. So apparently you were already knowledgeable in this. So you were smarter than me, and you did that. So really good. Emmanuel has something really interesting. Emmanuel says you must know Python to be able to do this. I have to be honest with you. I'm teaching now with Christian Martinez, who is coming in 1 hour or 1 or 2 hours. I'm teaching since we did 10 cohorts. We had 250 students. I'm teaching this course on how to use AI and Python together for financial analysis, for automation, for forecasting. And I never learned Python. So to be able to teach while I never learned Python means that it's feasible for all of you to do. And each time we have people coming into our course, and I will show you where is the course, we see people in 2 hours being able to use Python is just amazing. And people start automating, do financial forecasting, do crazy graphs. Like it's just like this. All of them say at the end of the course is eye opener, mind blowing. A new world opens to them. So and I thank you for that, because Emmanuel, because I think a lot of people think like that. If you think that, I challenge you first to try by yourself, but also if you need help, really, like we have a lot of content and we can help you. If you need help, that's the beauty of having live cohort. So we have here the ChatGPT where we have in our, let me show you now. We have in January, the next cohort, this one here, Advanced ChatGPT for Finance, where I show exactly with Christian, because Christian is the guru, is the guy who knows how to use Python analysis. But we show together how to use ChatGPT and Python for advanced use cases. And if you come and you do 4 hours with us, so twice 2 hours, you will know all of what you need to start using Python every day for finance, to automate, to do graphics and financial analysis. But also, the future of AI for finance is not only ChatGPT. Actually, AI in finance is also financial forecasting. And to forecast, you can use AI and you can use algorithm, but it's not only reserved to data scientists. Now, thanks to generative AI coding for us and something like Google Colab, you can do your forecasting yourself. And for example, you could do something like this. Let me show you the screen. Yeah. So where basically to forecast with AI, the three things you need to do is first have historical data. So with two columns, date and amount, for example, and just ask Python to write the code for you. And then you get that. You get the actuals on the left, and you get on the right the forecast. So I added manually actuals and forecasts just to illustrate, to show you, but you get this graph which understands the seasonality and the trend to be able to forecast the future. And the code is just that, like it's really, really small. So, and let me make it bigger. Like this is, the code just say, oh, here, read the data, and then take the model. Prophet is a model made by Meta, and it's just a model that calculates seasonality. The same way that we do, like sometimes when we divide by 12, and for some months we add more or we take less because we want to have seasonality. This does that, and then we just say, okay, what is the time to forecast? 90 days. And then the last part is, please do a graph with this data. So this is, once you break the mental barrier of not using Python, you can do so much, and especially financial forecasting. So let's see in the chat, what are your other questions before I move on other examples. So some people say, I'm starting to use AI and Python. Awesome. Okay, Lucia asked, really good question. How would you influence the senior management to adopt AI in the organization? I think they need to use that for themselves first. If they will see the power of using it themselves, they will just ask everybody to use it. The same way than Fernando example. And for this, well, imagine that your management needs to go every day to work, and they all of them, they take the same road and they take 30 minutes. And you tell them, well, you are using the wrong road. You are using the wrong road. I'm using the right. We should use another road. But they will never use the other road until one day you tell them, or you take them in your car and you drive them with the shortcut, and they see that with this shortcut it takes them 25 minutes instead of half an hour. And I can tell you, all of them the next day with their own car, they will take the shortcut and they will forget the old road. With AI and with ChatGPT is the same. You need to show first. You need to show and take people with their hands to show what they can do in their own case. You need to show them, oh, the thing you were doing yesterday that you took 3 hours, look, I did it in 20 minutes. This is how I did it. And then they will really okay, show me, next time I want to do it myself. This is how you have adoption, by starting small, starting with this. And then you need, once the management has understood, you need to have a framework, you need to have tools, you need to be allowed, but it starts by education. And that's what I do in my courses. I start really by these 2 hours that it's a bit dynamic, because when I have 2 hours with corporate teams, we are in a Zoom, we have breakout rooms, we have also live, we talk together. but they use ChatGPT the way I use it. They use it for their own cases. So they see straight away the value of using it because they can see how much time it saves, but also how much value it gives them. Let's see another questions from, or another comment from Fernando, which is also a question. So love the perspective that AI won't replace you. Yeah. I believe that understanding how to leverage AI tools is what will differentiate people in the future. Yes, I also believe that, but that's why we are here today. And I think all of you that are here, you need to consider yourself lucky because you understood the value to spend 2 hours with me today. And now you are asking, what's your take on how to bridge the gap for those who still see AI as a threat? I think it's our role, if we understood, it's our role to take their hands, like I explained to Lucia, show them the value. Also, I think accept the critics because not everything is green with AI, or not everything is pink or rosa with AI. I think for the criticism, I will show you one slide on data because I think it's the most important thing. But I think if you show really the small step, saying, okay, for this case, it helps. And also accept the critics that, yes, we still need to think. Yes, you should not upload all of the data if your company doesn't have a contract. But there is so much more you can do. Like use all of the examples I showed you. I show you always a way to do it without confidential data. And for those who ask a question about data security, because that's the main issue, let me show you how to answer to that. Data security is actually nothing new. Since 15 years, 20 years, most of the companies are using cloud solutions. And for those who are old enough to remember the adoption of cloud, it was kind of hard at the beginning because people were afraid. They had their data on their servers, on their computer, and now they had to give that away to Amazon, to Google, to Microsoft. But because those giants, first, it cost less, it was more convenient, but also they put in place the safeguards to make sure the data doesn't breach. And so why now, after 15 years, we are okay to use every day an Outlook email account that is in the cloud, a Google Sheet with our key information in the cloud, even like, I mean, it might be that your accounting system, like with QuickBooks, is in the cloud. You have so much information in the cloud. Why are we okay to do that, but not okay to use AI? Because if you look at what OpenAI and Microsoft, for example, what they say, and I think all of you here, if you are listening, if you are watching, you did enough studies that you can understand the language. The language is really easy to understand. And what does it say here? It tells you what type of protocol it uses, what they do with the data. Microsoft also explained that the way Copilot is hosted and the way that Copilot works is the same than all of the other tools that they have. And so, yes, we need to pay attention because I think a lot of us, when we were using Google Translate with a document from our work and the work didn't have a contract with Google Translate, we were breaching our contract. But just like nobody thought about it. Now with AI, everybody knows like, wow, this thing is intelligent. Maybe it will do something with my data that I don't want. But we should not stay with this frustration, with this conservative mind of, because I don't know, I don't do anything. No, we should use this energy to go to the next step. And the next step is really to go and read what these companies are saying. And I can tell you that because they are so big, everybody is looking at them to make sure that they don't do anything bad with the data. So read that, then compare to the other solutions you are already using, and then go to the management, go to the IT and ask, okay, like, why cannot we not use it? I read it for me, like it's the same type of protocol that we are using for the other companies. So you can start a discussion. And of course, in finance, it's not our role to do the IT security protocol, but we are still part of the management for most of us. And if we want things to move, we have to be proactive and do this mini analysis before and go to IT to show them, yes, look, like we should look into it because I read and it's not far away or is exactly the same security protocol than other tools we use. And to finish, on this data problem, you might anyway be in a company like I was before. I was working for Thales. And for those who don't know Thales, let me show you a picture of what Thales does. So Thales, yes. So Thales is an aerospace and defense company. And so Thales, like for example, Thales send with Alenia Space send satellite. I was in a division where we produced microwave tubes for the satellites, so to send signals. There is also, if you like the markets, for example, defense and security. And so this part is really important for Thales. Imagine if you work with the Ministry of Defense, you work on a project. Imagine, for example, you build radar to identify threats. And the software for this radar for France, imagine if you hosted outside of France. The government and the Ministry of Defense, they will not want that because it's risky. So this type of companies, of course, they will not want to have their data inside a tool that is in USA or China, or even just that they don't want to have somewhere where they don't have control of the hosting. But I think here, like 95% of all of you are maybe not working in an industry. You are not working somewhere where it's so critical. And so a cloud solution for Thales doesn't work. Like you have to have things in France, you have to have on-premises, but for companies where you just sell maybe t-shirt or you produce maybe etiquettes for packaging, you can use cloud the same way that you are using since a long time, and now you can use also AI with this. So that's my take on data security. So let's see your other questions. Okay, the issue of forecast is when crisis or wars kicks in. Yeah, and that is, it doesn't matter if it's manual or with AI, it will be always the case. And that's where you always need to have a human at the end to see if there is not another information that AI could not capture before you publish the forecast. But it doesn't mean that all of the preparation before should not be done with AI. What else do we have as question? Okay. So here we are going on but it's okay, it's a good question. We are going on supposition. So this is why a company like Thales will not do that, but they will have other ways to use AI, because you have so many other ways to use AI. You can host your AI on your own computer or your own server. Like now with Ollama. So let me show you, all of you, Ollama. Like this is done again by Facebook. You just here with Ollama, you can download Ollama and you have it on your computer and nobody has access to your information. So you can use AI or generative AI just on your computer with this, and it's free. And I'm not like a partner with them. So there is always a solution. The difference here is Yes, you need to host it on your computer, might not be that fast. You don't have this Python data analysis that we saw, but you can still do 99% of all of the other processes. Good. So now we have 30 minutes left. I wanted to show you other use cases of how to use AI or generative AI for finance. One thing that I think is very important, that is, I think a lot of people don't know how to use it, is how to write long form documents with AI. So this is here in these slides. Let me do it for you. Yes. So the framework to write procedures with AI is something that not a lot of people know. But if you want to use AI to write procedures, you should not do this mistake. And let me show you the mistake that most of people are doing. If you go and you ask, draft a procedure, let's imagine for revenue recognition, then we get something that is well written, but also something that is really, really, really short for a procedure. And I think if, like me, a lot of you are doing often procedures, it looks more like 30, 40 pages than just like one email, because this is the size of one email. So this didn't work. And why this didn't work? Because you can see it's really, really, really short. It doesn't work because ChatGPT has limits in terms of how much output you can get. And generally, you can get something like maybe 1 or 2 pages. So if you can get only 1 or 2 pages and you want to write a procedure of 40 pages, how can you do that if each time you just get 1 or 2 pages? Think about it. Tell me in the chat if you know the technique. But what we are going to do, and what a secret I'm going to reveal to you, is a prompt engineering technique. And this technique is actually called the chunking method. The chunking method is just like taking something big and do it in small parts. So chunk it. And so if I know that I can only get around 4,000 characters, or even 8 if we are lucky, then to produce a document of 80 characters, I need to take several steps and to do it in 20 times. So let's see now if I use this technique, if I have better results. So the first part is really important, and I will stop here. Look how I didn't ask for the procedure. I asked for an outline, because I know an outline can stay on one page, and like this I can control the structure, because it's like writing a book. You first start by the outline. Then, once you get your outline, we can all see that it's much more ambitious than what it was before, much more detailed. And now we know that it could write 1 or 2 pages. So what we do is we are going to say, write me a chapter, but I don't want to let ChatGPT the freedom of writing in its own style. I want to write it in my style. So I will give the structure of what needs to be in each chapter. And here, for example, I want intro, goal, step-by-step example, what to pay attention to. And so to control that it works, I ask an example. And now look at how a chapter looks like when I ask this. So it writes really fast, but we can see that we have first the intro, then the goal, then the step-by-step, and then an example. So now one chapter is actually as big as the example before, where it took the same amount of words for the full procedure. So we have like 20, 30 more output than our previous example. And what you do is you continue and you continue, you continue. Of course, you review, because it might be that it's not adapted or you need to give more information. But like this, you can produce a document or PowerPoint slides or emails or maybe a mini guide. You can do that really fast thanks to generative AI. So tell me in the chat what you think about this chunking technique. So tell me in the chat. And then I will finish last 15, 20 minutes with an example on how to solve problems with AI. And I will do it live with you. So tell me in the chat what type of problems you would like to solve for your company. So what are your main difficulties at the moment? And based on what you answered, I will take the most representative example. So go ahead, tell me in the comments some issue that your company is facing that you need help with. And before I answer to that, I have a really good question here from Leila. So Leila asks how to apply the machine learning if your business is project by project based. And I know that because Thales was like this, so I know exactly what you mean. If you do not get new sales order, then the machine forecasting could not be not accurate. Yes. What would you recommend to address this shortcoming? So machine learning, in the machine learning, there is learning. It learns from the past or from other data to see if it can plan the future. And the thing with the business of project-based business, if you don't know what type of project you will have in the future, you cannot plan anything. And because projects are kind of a one-off types of project, then it's really hard to plan. So that's just like first. The thing is, machine learning doesn't have access only to old data. You can also get access to live data. You can get access to your Salesforce CRM, where if you look at past data plus the live data, you could identify the sales pipeline. You could identify also, and that's where AI is going to be helpful, especially with Salesforce or HubSpot. You could start seeing in the emails with the amount of communication, with also the language. AI might start seeing, okay, this is not anymore just the discussion phase. We are already negotiating the price. Or here, we passed the price, now we are discussing the timing. And even though before we needed a sales manager to say, I have these 10 opportunities, I'm giving a percentage, you could have this work being prepared by AI and then after validated by the sales manager. And finance can then look into what AI did, can also see how the sales manager changed this sales pipeline and sales forecasting, and also have the discussion with sales asking, okay, why did you go against AI? Do you have other information that we don't have in the system? Okay, you got somebody on the phone yesterday and is not yet there yet. Okay, good. Then of course we take your forecasting. But if somebody is kind of like sandbagging, like just trying to have the lowest objective, or somebody is just too aggressive, then you can use AI to kind of counterbalance that and see, based on the historical data and the data in the CRM, you can propose another forecast, and this is the basis for discussion. And companies like Microsoft, they actually do that. They do every month a rolling forecast which is generated with AI, with machine learning, but also at the end validated by the CFO. So it's not only the computer, there is some humans in the loop. It's just using machine learning makes the process much faster. And instead of doing it in 2 weeks, they do it in 1 afternoon. And that's really the advantage of having machine learning for when you have the data. So you also need to work with the CRM, with historical data. So we have how to leverage AI to prepare dashboard in Excel, BVA automation. Okay, what else? We can do how to leverage AI to prepare dashboard in Excel. So let's do that. Let's do a live case, all of us together. So I will share my screen. And what we'll do is, let's take again the superstore example. And what I can do is I can take this and explain. I am an FP&A manager, or even let's say analyst. I need to build a dashboard for the sales of my store. Then I will say, here is how the data looks like in Excel. Those are my headers. Or let's take the first line with this. Let's imagine the first line is fake data. I will just paste. And when I paste, it also understands that it's Excel because it takes here the picture. And then I will just say, my data starts in A1. And where are we done? In R9801. Okay. My data is in Excel and starts with the header in A1 and ends in R9801. I want to build the dashboard. Can you think about all the steps to do this dashboard? And then let's go step by step, because I don't want that it does all of the first solution, because I want first to reflect on what will be in the dashboard, the same way that I will do with my team. So list the steps first and then wait my confirmation. So now I also control what type of input I get from ChatGPT. I'm now prompting a bit hard. I could have also started slowly, but now you can see that, okay, import the data into a tool like Excel, clean the data, standardize data, okay, and then define the key metrics. So here we have the key metrics. Then here are some visualizations, and then load the data. So we could say, okay, I could ask, okay, detail step 1. Because now I want to focus only on the step 1. And because I use one response for this, it tells me exactly how I need to do this work. And one thing we can see, all of us, is even though I ask detail, I don't think it's good enough. So what I will do is detail step 1, explain me exactly how to do it in my Excel file, and when needed, give me the formulas. And that's important to understand this iteration process. And you see, for example, here, use the following formula to check for blanks. That's quite fun to try, for example. or remove duplicates. That's also something you could check if maybe you have duplicate lines. Or add the new columns. For example, we want to have order months because we can see here. Let's go back. We can see that we have only order dates, but we don't have order months. And order months is quite useful if I want to group by months. So I could add, for example, the months here. You can see here I have November. So I can do order months. Then I can do the same for order year. So then, I will do all of this work. Then it tells me also to use pivot tables and to check if they are not outliers. And that is actually quite good to check like if there is anything like outside your range. So that's also a good idea that you might not think about. And then it tells you to save it. So I don't want to do all of those steps because we will get bored by that, but it's just to show you. So now I say, okay, next step. Now we are going to decide the key metrics. One is sum of sales, but another one is sales by category. And it tells me to use a pivot table. And also I could do the top 10 products by sales. Quite cool. So let's do the pivot table. And I will not take this data because this is not complete. I will go to insert pivot table. So how do I do the top 10 product by sales? Create a pivot table with product name in rows. Okay. Where is my product name? Here. Then, and sales in value. Okay. Let me make it bigger for all of you. Just view. And now the big question is, how do I do a top 10? Well, sort sales in descending order and filter the table to the top 10. Okay. So I can sort largest to yeah. And so I think it tells me to sort like this, but I think I can also ask how to sort it differently. Can do sales over time. And here, let's say, imagine I'm not really happy, like top 10 products by sales. Like, I could say, is there a better way to do this? So now I can go to value filters, top 10. So I think, so what it says, click the drop down arrow on levels. Yeah. And top 10. And now I have my pivot table that shows how to do that. And so if you never know how to do that, and if you want to have a dashboard with the top 10 sales, you know now how to do that thanks to AI. And so you have maybe built your first mini dashboard because you start having the top 10 sales. And so you see how here I do the AI first approach. I ask first how to do that. So let's go back to the step that I had was then step 3, how to do that. Explain step 3 now. And so now it's going to tell me how I can do that in Excel, but also in Power BI, how to use pivot table, the slicers as well. So for those who don't know, there is the possibility to add slicers here. So I can, I can add, for example, country. And okay, there's only one country, so not the good one. Insert. So I could ask maybe segment. And now I can make my dashboard dynamic by just clicking on this slicer. And again, you as a human needs to be the one monitoring that. So it tells me how to do that in Excel, but also in Tableau, but also in Power BI. And then I can say next step, step 5. And now it tells me how to build all of these visualizations. I think here I should have said that I want to do it in Excel, like this I have only for Excel. But again, it will tell you all of this. And let me do something a bit more creative and say, use DALL-E to show me a representation of the visualization you mentioned above to see this dashboard, or to see a mock-up of this dashboard. And when we are doing that, we are using another function of ChatGPT, which is the creation of images. And having a picture, like we all say, is sometimes better than 1,000 of words. So now you could ask, okay, like here is a dashboard, and you can ask, how can I do this one, like the total sales, because it looks good. How do I do, for example, this 20%? So you can even like take a picture like this. So let's take a screenshot. And you just focus on one. Let's imagine you like this one. I can ask, how can I do this in Excel? And I paste it. And it will understand what I'm talking about. Because you see that it's saying, okay, you want a circular progress chart in Excel. And then it tells me how to do that. So again, AI first approach. And this is how you use ChatGPT to solve a problem, which is here, we wanted to build a dashboard. So I will go through now your comments because I see a lot of good comments. So thank you for that. So Fernando says, it is advisable to start an interaction with ChatGPT by indicating what role we wanted to assume. In my CSI BI is one option. The thing is, you are going to bias ChatGPT in one way. Let's imagine for this dashboard, I could have asked, act as a Google Sheet Pro. Then it will have really a hard time to tell me how to do it in Excel. But if I am in Google Sheet, that's what I want. If you ask to act as a lawyer, then this is not appropriate here. So depending on what you need, you can ask that, but you don't have to. Yeah, so somebody asked, all of this, I will post it on YouTube after. I will advise to be careful with outliers removal. Totally agree with you. Each thing that you do here, you are responsible for it. You cannot go back to your boss and say, oh, yeah, there was a mistake. That's because AI told me to do it. Then your boss will tell you, okay, then let me work alone with AI. I don't need you anymore. No, it's like having somebody in your team. You delegate some part of the task, but at the end, you are always the one responsible for the work and the output of the work. And it's your role to coach, so to give a good instruction, to review the quality, and then to understand what happened. And it doesn't matter if it's an Excel tool, AI tool, or a person in your team, it's the same. You have to review the work, to own it. So yeah, like if you decide to remove outliers, you need to understand the logic behind it. Is it really outliers? Why should, and maybe it's not removing them, maybe it's just setting them aside and saying, okay, the analysis for 98% is this, and then we have these two transactions, because we were talking about project before. Sometimes you want to take these two projects away because they don't represent your business. You want to show them separately. Like this, you can compare year after year your business, and then say, on top of it, I have these two projects that we just follow one by one because they are exceptional and not usual. Paola, AI can help with the steps and formulas, but cannot generate an Excel file until now. It can generate an Excel file, but it will generate with Python, so it will create just raw data inside and more list than an Excel file with formulas, with connection, with graph. That it doesn't do. And I think we are a bit far away that it does that. And now we may ask what graphs can help. So yeah, that's what I did. So Fernando say Claude is better to visualization. Really good that you show me that, because let me show you something I did with Claude. For all of you who don't know, Claude is done by Anthropic. Anthropic is the AI tool, the AI tool, the LM tool. Oh, Anthropic is the company behind Claude, and Anthropic is funded by Amazon. So you can think like here is more Amazon behind. And let me show you what we did in the AI Finance Club. We had 2 weeks ago in the AI Finance Club, for those who are interested, is for people that want to stay on top of AI in finance. And for the AI Finance Club, we had 2 weeks ago, we had something about fractional CFO. So how can fractional CFO use AI for their business? And one of my members asked me, how can I use AI to make a financial model to present to my clients, but I want this financial model to be dynamic. So what I did is I say, I want to build a business plan for a retail brand for the next 24 months. And I say, okay, what should I do as a dashboard? And look at what it did. It built this dashboard for me. That was like really in 2 minutes. And you know, inside you could change the margin. You can say my margin is 30%, or my growth is 30% per month, which is too crazy, but so yeah, you can change that. And after, what I did is I say, okay, this model is too simplistic. So can you add the number of stores, fixed cost, average basket by client, number of clients per month? And then I got this much more advanced model, which I can use. And all of you can use that if you want, like the address is there. Let me put it in the comments. So somebody in my team is going to put that in the comment. Oops. So you will see in the comments somebody from my team posting. But here now I can change the parameters. So, okay, we have 10 initial stores. The fixed stores are really small, so maybe 100. So it increase the margin. And I can change all of the parameters and have a discussion with, okay, I'm not sharing my screen since, sorry for that. So let me go back to what I was saying before. So here I am in Claude. And I asked first, I want to build a business plan. And I got that first, like this really simple dashboard. And it was done really in 2 minutes, where I can change the gross margin, I can change the monthly growth. And let me make it bigger. So I can change a lot of parameters, marketing spend. Let's do it here. Yeah. So you see, we have revenue increasing, but the gross profit and operating profit is really bad. The thing is, this was a bit too simplistic. So what I said is, could you add number of stores, fixed costs, and number of clients per month, etc. Then I clicked and got this other dashboard, which is much more elaborated, where I can change, for example, number of stores. I can change how many more stores I have per quarter. And it will change all of this live. And I can have with my client a discussion live and really, how to say that? Have, used AI to build that really fast. And the value of us is asking the right question, asking and saying to this AI how to build the model. And imagine if you have to build that yourself without Claude, you spend 1 week with developers to do that. So let me check other questions before we finish. Yeah, so here, really important. Indeed, Nicolas, we are the experts, so we need to check things and understand the context and rely on our knowledge. The same way that I did here, I will never go to my client if I didn't check the model before. I will never go to my client and use it if it doesn't work. But it's me who built it. I cannot say that AI did a mistake. It's me who instructed AI. So either I look good because I have an awesome tool, or either I look really stupid if my tool is not working. And that's where you are the one who will decide if you are leveraging AI or if you get screwed because you are using it the wrong way. And that's really important. You can see how many use cases. And in the AI Finance Club, my team is going to put links. We do that every month, where we do a masterclass where we present how to do that. We also give video course. We also give guides. We give also, at the end of the month, the most important news on AI for finance. So this is a way also to continue learning. Okay, we are now at the end of this 2 hours of how to use ChatGPT for finance, and we did a bit of Claude. Tell me in the chat how it was. Tag friends maybe so they need to see that. If you want to see the session again, you will get here in my channel. So let me show you. Here in my channel, so it's YouTube at Nicolas Boucher Finance, or Finance, if I don't use my French accent. So Nicolas Boucher Finance. You will see all of the videos, and I will add this one on YouTube. So please subscribe. Looking forward to have you. That's where I'm going to publish really deep dives on AI. And tell me in the chat, what was your main takeaway? We still have 2 hours together because I have awesome guests that are coming. I have Josh, Oana, Pieter, Christian Martinez, Nathan Liao that are coming. We are going to continue to give you a lot of value to talk about AI, but also to talk about FP&A, to talk about accounting, Excel. So please stay if you can, because those people are amazing. And tell me in the chat if you have any question. And in 2 minutes, we will welcome Pieter. Just up. So so Pieter is almost there. And then we will welcome him. So let's see actually now how far are we in terms of how many followers are now after we crossed 1 million. I'm curious to see if we have more people. So let me put how many are there. 126 more. Okay, that's cool. So and now for the rest of the program, we continue with best practices and knowledge sharing with special guests. And the first guest I want to welcome is my friend Pieter. Pieter, who we met thanks to the digital way, to Twitter, to X, because Pieter is actually one of the most followed account on Twitter about investing. If you don't know Pieter, look at who is following Pieter. We have as a special guest somebody who is followed by Jeff Bezos, so followed by LeBron James, by even John Cena or Bill Ackman. This is incredible. So Pieter, welcome and congratulations to your success.
No, thanks, Nicolas. You're way too kind. And first of all, congratulations on your success. 1 million followers. I'm a bit jealous, but in a positive way. It's an amazing achievement, and it shows what kind of value you provide to the community. People definitely appreciate you. So keep going, and then let's move the goal to 2 million next time. And you're doing an amazing job. So congratulations.
Thank you. And so how does somebody like you get to a point where Jeff Bezos is following you?
It's a fair question, and it's a funny question, right? The first time I saw it, I thought it was some kind of fake account. Then after a while, I noticed, okay, this is the real Jeff Bezos. And the first few days, I checked every day, when is he going to unfollow me? I think until today, that isn't the case. So that's good, but just like what you do, I think it's just about everything on social media is about giving without expecting anything in return. And when you can provide value, people will find you. So I think on social media, and the same you do in FP&A, I'm a bit different in the investing field, is just when you can make complex topics, when you can explain them in a very simple manner that everyone can understand them. Well, that's hard to do, but when you can do something like that, that is very valuable on social media, but basically in whatever you do in life.
And Pieter, so the story between us started when basically I wanted to start with Twitter, and you were there, like you have 500,000 followers. And what we did is, so for those who were in the event when we started at 12 p.m. European time, we showed you like the tricks on how to, or the tactics on how to have a success on LinkedIn and how I did it. So my method. And actually, I share this method with you. And now let's look at your account just to show to everybody, like if you know how to implement that and you have good content, this could work. Like let's look at Pieter has today 216,000 followers. So explain a bit like what did you learn and how was this journey? Because you moved from X or Twitter to LinkedIn, and it was not that easy at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really love it that I've met you, because you really changed things for me. So as you already briefly touched upon, right now I have a bit less than 500,000 followers on Twitter or X. And I tried to do the same on LinkedIn, but I really didn't succeed. I had 300 followers, 400 followers, got a post with 1 like, 3 likes, and so on. And then as a gift from heaven, you reached out to me and proposed once again to give without expectation and teach everything you knew about LinkedIn in a 1-hour presentation. And to me, that completely changed everything. So I was trying before, and all of a sudden, I think the next post I did after your presentation got 5,000 likes. And then that's how I got my first few thousand subscribers. And it's true, I think, if I recall correctly, Nicolas, you gave the presentation in August 2023. So I had 300 followers back then, and then in a bit over a year, well, it went from 0 to 216,000, and that's all thanks to you. I think the main lessons I took away from your talk back then is that, yeah, obviously the visual is very important. It's about at least that's how I look at it, every post on LinkedIn is some kind of mini story. And the secret is always the same. It's value, value, value. Provide as much value as you possibly can in as few words or sentences as you possibly can. And that's something you do explain very well. So, for example, last week I was at the meeting in Antwerp. I live in Belgium, and I was walking to the office of the person I needed to meet. And then all of a sudden, I saw someone printed out your EBITDA explained simply, or
Really?
It's
You didn't tell me that.
No, exactly. And I should have told you that, and I'm telling it to you now. So you're making a difference, and people are actually learning from you and providing value. And I think that's why you actually definitely deserve to have the 1 million followers. And I think for you, it's only the beginning. So just by studying you and studying your content, I think a lot can be learned, and definitely also in your courses. So I'm feeling privileged to have had the opportunity to have met you, and I hope we can keep going this way, and you can keep providing value for everyone listening here as well.
Thank you, Pieter. And actually, from all of the people who are in the finance space, who are I would say like finance leaders online. And if I take finance bigger, because I am more focused on corporate finance and AI, but you are more on the investment and market side. But if we take finance, like you're actually, I think maybe the youngest, or actually the youngest and the most successful, because you have to think that Pieter started 1 year ago or 1.5 years ago to be on his own, and he has like already a real business that is successful. And you are only 28 now, like you were 27 like 1 week ago, so 28. Yeah. So happy birthday first. But also, I think people looking here or watching, they need to know your story, because they need to know how you came from just like a normal person, like interesting in maybe finance, you are now somebody where you have, I think, like 2,000 to 3,000 paying members. You have people like LeBron James following you, Bill Ackman. So what was your journey? How did you arrive to where you are today?
Yeah, sure. First confession, as a kid, I always wanted to work for myself just because I wanted to have the independence and be my own boss. So that has always been the case. And the funny thing is, I remember the exact day when I was 15, 16 years old, that I was reading someone else's investing newsletter. And I thought, wow, it would be so cool if I could do that one day. And here we are, 12 years later. So that's cool. Well, how things start for me, I have 3 passions in my life. One is sports, working out. And passion 2 and 3 are teaching or helping other people. And third one is the investing on the stock market. So basically, I did the local version of an MBA, financial management in Belgium. And I started working for an asset manager. But what I also loved is I still love the teaching part. So I love to tweet some things under my real name on Twitter back in the days. But then my employer basically came to me and he said, well, tweet about our company, and for the rest, well, shut up. They didn't put it that way, but that was the message. And that's inspired me to create Compounding Quality, just to be able to say what you can, basically just to be able to say what you want to say whenever you want to say it. So I start tweeting around a bit, start to get some notice and some views and some likes and so on. And that's when I also decided, well, let's create a newsletter. So a website where you write about your investment thoughts. And that's how it basically started. So I did that for 1 year. I think I've probably tweeted 20,000 times and written over 100 articles before I quit my job, basically, at the asset manager. And right now it's indeed true that I'm doing this full time and also still learning and growing. So we have compounding quality. Recently, or this summer, 2 people joined full time. And there is basically also a newsletter about dividend investing, a Dutch version. So it's indeed true. It's lovely to have had the privilege to make a living from your hobby and your passion. And in the end, I think in social media and content creation, in the newsletter business, it's all about teaching people stuff and trying to explain complex things as simple as possible. And when you provide value, well, that will one day come back to you. So if you truly love what you are doing in this field, I think the upside can be very, very large. And I'm always excited when it's Monday morning and we can get back to it again. So that's a good sign, and having fun along the way.
So tell me, Pieter, because you advise in your newsletter people how to invest, and like by stock picking. So it's not like invest in index. You really select for people, and I think like I see from your newsletter, you are beating always the index. But somebody like you who you read so much, you are really well informed and well connected as well. We hear everywhere, and I want to talk about that because that's my topic, the impact of AI. For investment. How is AI impacting you as an investor, but also how is it impacting the market? Like what I know, like we cannot, it's only education here. We are not going to give investment advice, but what is your own take as a person?
Yeah, sure. So AI is huge, right? And you know it better than anyone else. So just in your daily life and to analyze companies, it's a huge help. But also, indeed, I write about stocks. People can see my personal portfolio. For many listed companies, for many stocks, AI has a huge impact. And sometimes it's a bit hard. Why? For some companies, it will be a huge help. I'm just, like you mentioned, no investment advice. But for example, a company like Domino's Pizza, not linked to AI at all at first sight. But right now they are using AI to basically predict when someone will predict that certain pizza, and it's basically already in the oven before you ordered it. So that's something. On the other end of the story, it can also be dangerous in the sense that for some companies it can hurt their business model just because their business model is disrupted. But I think in general, when you look at the economy, well, the economy is driven by 2 main factors: the growth of the working population, and second factor is the growth of the productivity growth. And AI will be such a huge help in the productivity growth, just for factories and so on. And I always say also to readers of Compounding Quality, well, invest in companies that are active in a clear secular trend. Well, I think nobody doubts that AI is a clear secular trend. And there are quite some companies active there. Obviously, everyone knows NVIDIA, but you have plenty of other companies like Arista Networks and so on that are also involved there. And they are growing very heavily. They will probably keep growing in the years ahead. And I'm making confession here, and I don't often do that. For people at Compounding Quality can see my portfolio with 100% transparency. I still have an old portfolio, which I'm transferring to the new one once we get fully invested. But one company that isn't there, and obviously no investment advice here, but it's actually Arista Networks. So a company that is active in AI and helping there and doing really, really well. The valuation is quite expensive, but when you can find something in the field, it's definitely interesting because people underestimate how...
Do you have like either the ticker or the name of the company either on your screen, or can you spell it?
Yeah, so ANET is the ticker. Arista Networks, so ANET.
AMET. How do you spell it?
N like in Nicholas. A as in Andrew, N as in Nicholas, E as in Eric, and T as in Thomas.
Okay. So NAENET. No.
ANET. A as in Alex,
okay.
N as in Nicholas, E as in Thomas.
Okay. Ticker. Okay. Just checking. Yeah, Arista Network. I have it here. Okay. Just for everybody, I'm going to share the screen. So It's not investment advice, but as I cannot. So here is what we were talking about. So this one, Arista Network. Are they in the US, Pieter?
Yeah, it's a US listed company, exactly. And it's only also the beautiful thing is you only need a few stocks like that. Meaning, for example, over the past 5 years, the stock is up 800%. So obviously, when you have one stock that goes up eightfold, well, you don't need too much of those kind of companies to do really well as an investor. So investing is a beautiful game where an investment can only lose 100% in value, but it can go up basically thousands of percentages. I'm quite sure that also in the AI field, there will be some big winners in there over the next few years.
And what do you think about the fact that most of these companies are in US and even I would say like in the Silicon Valley? Like, I think as a European, because we are both in Europe, this is something where I'm not afraid by AI, but I'm more afraid that it concentrates again even more, like already with the big giants like Facebook, Google. Like I was like, I know people who did the same study than me, and I was really lucky. Like I got the chance to was born in the right place, right parents, got the right education, the right company. But I know that people who do the same job than me are earning 10 times more just because they are in the Silicon Valley. So, and I'm sure AI is going even to increase that. That's what I'm thinking. And that's the only thing about AI where I'm like, Europe, we are not really well placed. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think there is a saying, well, in the US, they are very good at innovating. So innovating like AI. In China, they are very good in copying and replicating things. And then in Europe, we are very good in regulating everything. And someone else said to me, an American guy said to me recently, well, I don't think I want to be known for being the best regulator in town. And I feel exactly the same. So that's also why in Europe we have almost no big technology companies, just because everything is regulated so hard. While in the US, indeed, it's more the let's innovate, let's create something new, let's keep growing, let's make each other better, let's create. And that's obviously way better to do so. And that's something that also frustrates me a bit. That's also why probably the majority of my portfolio is in the US, just because the opportunities there are so way better, basically. And also, when you compare, for example, the stock price performances in Europe versus the US, the difference has almost never been as high. But one of the reasons for that is also that in America and the US, there are just way better companies in general. So we can definitely learn something from them. Let's see how everything around AI evolves. But from my point of view, I'm a bit afraid that it will be the same once again, and the US will do way better than we do in Europe.
Yeah. And for everybody watching, what I'm really proud of reaching LinkedIn, the first one to be at 1 million. And it's not even on finance. Like there are so many people that are posting every day on LinkedIn. I don't know a lot that are at 1 million. I'm really proud that a European guy did that. And
Exactly.
like Pieter is the same. Pieter is in Belgium, and he's also European. He's also the best at what he does. So I'm like here, like a bit we love to do that in France, like to say cocorico. We are really like, we are really proud. And I think in Europe, we could do more, we can do more. We have amazing people. I talked recently with somebody who is in the AI and Twitter, and he was also saying in Europe, we don't have enough like a community where we need to build something, all of us, which are like digital entrepreneurs, to move things, because we are still like the French are together, the Germans are together, UK is again another game. And I think we need to be like, our strength is to be together as countries and to build something. So that's if somebody is listening to that and he has a lot of motivation to build something in Europe, please reach out, because I will always we have to be proud. I will always favor an European compared to an American, but for that we need also to be there and do things. Before we stop, because Oana will come soon normally if there is no problem. Pieter, where can people learn from you, where they can reach out to you, what is the best way to get access to your newsletter and your advice, which I know a lot of other people made a lot of money thanks to that.
Yeah, sure. So everything can be found on the website, right? Compoundingquality.net. So there I teach people about investing, and for the rest also definitely, obviously, active on LinkedIn. So people can find me there as well as on Twitter. So happy. And also if anyone has any investment related questions, obviously feel free to reach out. I always reply or try to help. And before I'll leave the words to the next person talking, Nicolas, also indeed, I think it's something to think about from your side. 1 million followers. I'm not sure how many people live in the city that you are living in currently, but it's
Stuttgart is, if you take the whole region of Stuttgart, I think is maybe 3-4 million, but just Stuttgart alone is not 1 million, is less, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So you have a big Stuttgart in your following base. So be proud about that, and drink a glass of wine tonight, and then celebrate and keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, I will have champagne. I'm lucky my wife bought a nice champagne, because in France, tradition, we love to drink champagne. Like I said earlier, for the 500,000 followers, I didn't celebrate that, but I think 1 million is really important, because we need to be proud in finance to see what we can achieve, and to have somebody from finance being there. If we look at all of the other niche, because finance people don't spend their time on LinkedIn. We are not entrepreneur, we are not marketer, where they spend their time on LinkedIn. And still to have the community that strong, with so much value, with people like you, like Anders, Christian Wattig, Christian Martinez, Josh Aharonoff, Nathan that is also coming, Soufyan. This is, I think we have the best community, because first, we are really on ethic. All of us, we always want the good. We are not there to make problems. And second, we love it to educate. Like, we love to share. And that's what I think makes us also work well together.
Absolutely. If you don't love the teaching part, probably it will be hard to succeed, I would say. So giving, that's the essence.
Awesome. So thank you, Pieter, and thank you for coming. Please, all of you, like, go and follow. So let me show his account again for people who are asking. So it's Pieter Slegers. Do I pronounce that well? Because my mother is actually Flemish.
Good.
So
You did good.
Yeah, so Pieter Slegers. And like, Pieter is also in Belgium, and if you prefer to read Dutch, he has also a Dutch newsletter. So reach out to him. Thank you for everything, Pieter. And I wish you all the best. Thank you that you came.
Perfect. Thank you. Keep celebrating, and all the best of those listening and watching right now.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
So in the meanwhile, let me tell you, before Oana is coming, a small story. So with Oana, we met when it was really not, all of us were not that big. And we exchanged a lot. And Oana is actually the person where, if you look at all of the finance professionals, she's the woman with the highest followers. So you will see her profile. So let's look at her profile. Oana does a lot also, like, she has really a big fan base. Let me check her profile. So you can see what Oana is posting about. So Oana focuses more on strategic finance. She has a background in banking and helping companies getting credits. And recently, she also built a tool that she's going to explain us about. Oana is posting a lot about key KPIs, cash, strategic finance. So I really recommend you to have a look and to follow her. Oana, who is there? So I'm going to welcome her on stage. Oana, are you ready? Give me a signal if you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, fantastic.
I know it's early for you, and I'm really happy to.
I was worried that you had me on EST, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm 3 hours behind the entire event. Everything's over now.
All good, all good. So how are you doing, Oana? And
Oh my
yeah,
gosh,
like
I haven't
what's
talked
up
to
with
you
you
in so
because
long.
you. Sorry.
I haven't talked to you in so long. I'm doing well. It's good to see you.
That's a good way to talk again. So for me, it was important that you come because you were also part on this journey where basically in 2022, like in this summer 2022, when we met, we were both just like mini babies on LinkedIn,
Oh
and
yes.
and I think like to see this journey and how we learn from each other and all of the what you have built with this is incredible. So how was for you like this journey, and why also you were before also like me working for corporation with the banks? Why did you move and start your own company?
Well, actually, I had quit my corporate job, I think in 2021. So I believe we met in 2022. I met you in the summer. I met Anders right before. And between the two of you and all the extra effort I was putting into promoting my, newly founded company, I think it was just incredible timing. I had quit my corporate job because for me, being on the sort of being a spectator to a show that I had now witnessed for like a decade, it was no longer gonna fly. It's very, very typical in small and mid-size business land to see corporate finance really focusing on operational finance. So you've got controllership, you've got treasury, you've got FP&A, but most of the times, because of capital constraints, time constraints, these are companies that, let's say, range between 3 and sometimes even 100 million, and their finance teams were maybe a controller with a few clerks and maybe a CFO if they were lucky. So they were very, very constrained. They were managing operationally, the financials of the company. But as far as strategic finance, which is where I was coming in, because I was the corporate banker in charge of saying yay or nay, helping them get 7 million, 10 million off the finish line. It was insane to see a company that's 50 million in top line revenue unable to put together a proper forecast, and not just a 1-year P&L forecast, like a 5-year proper plan for themselves before they actually have to show a bank that they can repay a $7 million loan over a number of years. So, I had dealt with that for a number of years, and then I decided, I'm just gonna. By then, I had already finished by several years my CPA designation. I'm not gonna go and be the CPA that works inside the business. I'm gonna be the CPA that actually helps strategically orient them and focus them. And then I started Financiario, and at this point, what we've built is incredible. I can tell you later, but most importantly, LinkedIn came in at the right time, because I've been trying to get everybody to wake up, get them to understand that their help is needed. And just like virtual CFOs are, heaven sent for many, many companies that can't afford the, expertise of a full-time CFO. Similarly, strategic finance for somebody that's never done strategic deals, multi-million-dollar financing and mergers and acquisitions. If you don't have that expertise, you need to get the people that can model that out and that can help you through the finish line. So you with LinkedIn, I remember when we met. We booked a call. It was August, I think, and I was trying to figure out. I had just spoken to Anders, I think, as well, and I was trying to figure out so much on LinkedIn. And you were at about, I don't know if you remember your follower account. You just crossed 1 million, by the way. Big congratulations. Huge congratulations. You were at, I think, 17,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, like between 10 and 15. Yeah, like 15, 20. Yeah.
And Anders had just crossed maybe 25, 26. And I was at maybe 6. I can't remember, 6,000 at best. And I remember how much advice, and you were so generous and so much advice and so much, you were so invested in my success. For like, at some point you started sending me messages. You got to start doing this. You got to do this. We can't read your infographics. You need to highlight more. And then we started getting into the color conversation, and you're like, okay, here's me. I've got blue, I've got orange, I think. you were saying find some colors of your own, and you got me into highlighting so that if nobody can see my old infographics at this point, but essentially it was black and white writing, and then you encouraged me to use highlights so that I can bring, and then I brought in yellow, and at that point that became my brand. And 2 years later, I've got hundreds of infographics that so many 130 million people got to see the work that I've been putting out for 2 years. And it all started with our conversation around black and yellow and my passion.
I remember your picture, your really nice picture with your hair and like one jewelry, and it really it was mixed because the black and yellow goes super well together. And I remember we had this discussion, and now seeing, because we are going to talk about it, like what you built, seeing that you use that as your brand as well, is really cool to know, like all of the story behind of all of these small details that became so big at the end.
Exactly, because Financiero remained black and yellow, but then all the branding that came with me was white and black and white, but all the branding that came with me came in black and yellow. So at this point, I'm so invested. I'm trying to sometimes tone down the yellow, but I'm not moving away from those.
And so you are, what is really cool is you didn't only build course like what we a lot of us do. You actually build a tool. Can you explain a bit about that? Because we didn't have the chance to talk about it. So explain that to me, like the first time you explained, because it would be the first time.
I can show it to you a little bit. So what I've always wanted to do was, LinkedIn for me spiraled into a newsletter, and the newsletter spiraled into the first course, which was the cash flow masterclass. Then I wanted to put together something free to also promote the course, but to sort of disseminate some basic intelligence about cash flow. And that I think we just crossed 3,000, between the course and the webinar. So that was awesome. And then another course, and all of that was, great education for, very decent, cost. But then there was the part that, of me that wanted to do. And it was actually very hard that's why we haven't been speaking so much, because over the past year, trying to scale Financieros to, essentially what we do is, we help turn raw financial accounting data almost, instantly, depending on how many companies we incorporate. It could be a day, it could be a week, but essentially we turn it into financial intelligence that then runs on autopilot. So we're like the virtual CFO that you want to have, but we're not, if finance means operations and strategy. So we're not operational finance. So we're not a replacement for a CFO. We are an add-on to a CFO. We take on the strategic part and we set it on autopilot for them so they can actually take the insights and go and run the business. And I can show you how it works. But
I really want to see it.
I've always wanted to, I thought I would start Financiero with virtual CFO work. And that, you run out of time really fast. You can only help so many companies. And my vision was the day you wake up and your company needs $7 million to finance the next expansion, I want you to be able to, know how to get that capital. I want you to know how to spend it. I want you to not get into any financial distress. Like I've had to, work with so many companies through the years, so that essentially, people stop losing their jobs and, CEOs stop seeing their dreams shattered. And that's what really powered me the whole time. So, I can show you how it works. I can share my screen if you'd like. I can show you the Power BI dashboard that we built. But it's been really hard over the past year because how do I go ahead sharing my screen here? Oh, like this. It's been a lot. Like LinkedIn is a beast, and with AI and so many when we all started, there was none of the infographics. Like I think you started the first cheat sheet, and now everybody has one and everybody uses them, which is fantastic. But it's just so busy. And it's really, it takes a lot of work to put out fresh content all the time on LinkedIn and then have a full-time job. So, all of us are doing a lot to help scale, content of great quality on the platform. And I think it all started with Anders many years ago, and then yourself. So, you know, 1 million followers at this point. At this point, this
Yeah,
is next
this is
level.
crazy that we reached that. So yeah, you can go on ahead and present. I will bring your screen on stage.
Let me just
Once
find
you're there.
my website here. Sure. There we go. So it's actually set on my blog. This is one of the visuals that I always like to share, because it's really, I just presented to a group of CEOs the other day, and this was one of the images that caught their attention, because it's very hard to understand why things, you know, aren't working. Why as a business you may not get. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make this I'm trying to make this scale, and in fact I'm making it not see properly on the screen. It's very hard to understand why your finance team isn't able to deliver everything on time, and that, you know, model that you wanted, and be ready for the conversation with the, you know, the bank or the investors, because most executives don't understand that this is the picture of a CFO office, right? You've got operating finance at the bottom, you've got controllership looking after the integrity and compliance of your financial reports. Then you've got treasury looking after cash flow management, corporate finance, risk management, and then you've got your FP&A, which ideally should you know, be able to cover strategic finance, but that is if they're not already bogged down in day-to-day cost management, you know, profitability optimization. So they typically tend to, ideally, you know, strategic finance and FP&A would be one. But unfortunately, in the small and mid-size, possibly 200 million up, I've now, you know, been covering a very wide spectrum of company sizes, and you typically don't see strategic finance right there. You see FP&A stuck in the budget cycle, obviously treasury controllership the same. So then if you're trying to look out 2 years, 3 years, 5, and plan, you know, as an organization, plan your future, most boards, most executives know what they're targeting. They're targeting an expansion because that will give them the critical mass, the market share to then go and approach a different caliber of clients. So they know their growth path. They're targeting to an exit. They want a $50 million valuation, $150 million, whatever it is. They have strategic long-range objectives, but none of those can be accomplished if you operate in the 12-month budget cycle. And unfortunately, because of resources, because of a lot of reasons that have to do with just, you know, the amount of expertise that really exists at this end of the market, they don't end up crossing into the 3 and the 5 year mark. So what I'm gonna do is, if you let me share, hold on, I'm gonna switch to the Power BI dashboard that we've built, and I'll show you a little bit of it.
Sure. What is also funny is the Power BI is also yellow. So,
yes, and you'll see that the whole thing, like my websites, I should have started with that, but everything it remained black and yellow. So you definitely should have signed an agreement for some royalties here, because the black and yellow has literally crossed into our business as well. So essentially what we do is we bring, you know, a whole lot of intelligence in monthly and in annual dashboards that we integrate from a beast of an Excel model that we built for each one of our clients. So essentially you end up having, you know, the monthly, this is the cash flow, this is the income statement. You've got a monthly income statement, you know, charted and you know, fully dynamic and able to see all of your history, because monthly, let me show you the yearly income statement. So essentially we build, if we can, 5 years in the past, and we forecast 5 years monthly into the future. So this is a 10-year picture that we're building. So in this model, in this demo, it's 7, because that's all the historicals that we could get from this particular you know, sample. But essentially you've got multi-years all, you know, in one go. You know, you've got your current, you've got your forecasted rolling forecast out 5 years. and then you've got everything, modeled and charted as well. And you've got your yearly balance sheet the same way, and then you've got your yearly cash flow. But the nice thing is, all of that, once you've built the strategic picture, you can morph into the monthly cash flow picture. And if you're looking to understand things at the very, very high level for the year, you then have a big monthly dashboard that tells you your variance to actuals, on a number of metrics. You've got a lot of charts to see how things have evolved, and you can go straight into the income statement or the cash flow statement dashboards to understand why things have evolved the way they do. And we built a lot of intel. The way we built this is all around targets and constraints. And this is, I think, one of the biggest lessons. Let me show you the variance. So this is our variance dashboard.
We get a lot of great comments saying it is a great model, incredible dashboard. So you need to explain after to people how they can get that.
Well, this is our tool that we put in the hands of our clients as a CFO add-on, essentially. We're not a CFO. Again, operating finance and strategic finance ideally should live together. They don't at the level of the market, let's call it 3 to 200 million that we operate. So this is very much needed, looking out 5 years, modeling out the future, and then bringing it all back to the present budget cycle, and being able to say, this is what we're going to do tomorrow, or not do tomorrow, or do in this quarter, or not do. This is how our year is shaping up based on actual Q1 and forecast for or budget, for Q2 through Q4. This is what our year is going to look like. Are we happy with this? Are we trending in the right direction? If not, we've got 3 more quarters to act, and all of that spills into the next fiscal and the fiscal after that. So by the time your big strategic event comes up, you've been ready. You've known all along how you're tracking towards it. And the most important thing I was starting to say, the way we built this is all around constraints and opportunities. And I have a lot more material that we have time to cover right now. But essentially, the big opportunity, I think, for every company out there is to understand that their strategic environmental scan, their PESTEL, their Porter's 5 forces, will inform their SWOT. Their SWOT will tell them, alongside all of their big strategic objectives, how to proceed. And then they'll have some, shareholder and stakeholder commitments. They've got covenants with their lenders. They've got commitments to their investors. They've got minimum dividend payments. They've got a number of, profitability metrics they need to achieve in order for those strategic objectives to all materialize. So there's so many constraints and targets that you need to build in order to properly shape a long-range strategic financial model that fundamentally answers, the minimum dividend payout that you need to build in, the minimum covenant, the minimum or covenants that you need to meet, or future potential restraints that your lenders might put on your financial performance. Similarly, financial health, right? You can measure. We talk about KPIs so much on LinkedIn, but KPIs, you can't put KPIs. You can't put all financial health ratios in the form of KPIs. So you need to unpack them and extract the right metrics that you can then assign as performance management targets to the various teams, so that CROs can be responsible for the revenue component, and operations, procurement can own the costing component. So ultimately, you drive the EBITDA that drives the financial health metrics and the covenants that will make your plan successful. So all of this is what we've built here. This is not just models. This is essentially a way to build the future, taking everything into account, and then bringing it into the budget cycle granularly for 12 months, and then bringing into variance analysis month by month, and all of it flowing automatically. So when a new month end close has been completed, essentially everybody sees what the new picture looks like for the month, for the year, for the quarter, for the next 5 years.
Wow. And so I have questions, but there is also like a few questions in the comments. There is my question before we start with the question in the comment. I know that the product, like the final product, is always like really convincing, but where there's a lot of energy is how to get there. So how do you work with companies? Like how easy it is to go from, oh, I have my data in QuickBooks and I need to have that, or yeah. So what is like, do you help companies do that? Is it easy? Do they have to do that themselves? What is the process?
So the nice thing is our biggest win so far is a model that integrates across 2 continents, 10 companies, and 3 currencies. So we've built it in such a way that we get raw accounting data from a multitude of systems, because everything outputs in Excel. So we get it and we shape it on our side, and then this is what you get. And we actually also do the whole Excel model in the background, because unfortunately for everybody that's listening, Power BI dashboards are pretty, but investors and lenders do want to see the numbers and do want to have access to the raw data that ultimately enables them to plug into their own systems and their own models. And the nice thing about what we do is, QuickBooks will give you an internal view, but then if you're an investor, if you're an external stakeholder, you want to be able to trust the numbers. So when you pull up, and you've worked in audit, right? When you pull up an audit report and you're able to look at the internally prepared, current rolling forecast and the next 4 or 5 years of forecast, and put all that in the perspective of, validated numbers of the past 5 years through externally accountant reviewed or audited data, all of a sudden you can trust the whole 10-year picture. And that's what we wanted to build, because it's not really hard to take QuickBooks and make it look pretty. What's hard is 2 things: taking audit reports from the past and integrating them into your internal QuickBooks or Xero or SAP, whatever you're using, and then making all that picture seamlessly talk to the next 5 years of an intelligent plan that actually gets you where you want to go. There's a lot of talk on, and you help a lot of companies understand how they can forecast using artificial intelligence and use, Python. We do that too, but we do that in the short term. Once the plan is built, once you know where you're going, you want to make sure that you're going to get there, right? So you've built the plan, you know exactly the thresholds that you need to meet for EBITDA, for debt service coverage, fixed charge coverage, whatever it is that's constraining you, minimum, debt service, maximum leverage, liquidity, whatever it is, your metrics, and you built the plan. And then month 1 comes in and Q1 rolls in, and you want to know, based on how I'm doing, am I still on track? And I've got some pipeline information I can input, and I've got a lot of data that I can feed, and AI can absolutely help, and Python forecasting can help us understand if we're on the right track. But beyond that, the plan needs to be there. You can't just get in the car and start driving and be like, let's forecast where we're going to go. We need a plan. And then, we forecast the fastest route, or we forecast if we need to, change course in order to still get to where we decided we wanted to go.
Amazing. And amazing that you built that, because I know I've helped a lot of companies. I've worked in companies. There are a lot of tools out there, but what they ask you is that your data is clean, that everything works like this. And that companies, it's not the reality. That you have to come, like remodel, like take the different systems, have one uniform Excel that will feed the Power BI. And you did that with this tool. So congrats, Oana.
No, we're very excited.
And very impressed, really glad that you are here. So where can people know about that if they want to do a demo, or if they want to learn from you about that? What is the best way for them to contact you?
I'll show the page. I should have showed at the beginning with our web page, so that you can see the full Nicholas branded yellow. Hold on.
And so, just right after Oana, we'll have 2 new guests coming, Josh and Christian, that are in the backstage waiting and getting warm. We'll share this. So this is your website, okay?
So here it is. So Financiero is our company, and we can plug the. Can I type the link in the chat, or is that something?
So you can go. You have to go on the LinkedIn live comments. But
Okay.
type it in the chat. My team will also paste it. So like this, you can paste in the chat, and then you can. So if everybody needs some, also you can DM Oana. You can follow her. You can tag her in the comments, and then like this, you will know who is interested and to see more, because I think it's helpful if you don't have like a team of 20 guys, 20 person working for you to build that. You can take this type of tool. That is what I know from you is you have done these models so many times for so many companies that I know that you have made ready for any type of business.
Well, the challenge again is if you have never been in front of if you have never had the investor or the lender mindset to know what it's like receiving your product at the other end, then it's very, very hard to prepare for that. This is expertise that you either have in your company because you've got people that have worked on these kinds of deals and they know how to prepare and always be ready for these conversations, or this is what we essentially do in the background. It's not really a tool in the sense that we don't put it in other people's hands. Perhaps one day it will be, but we manage it in the background. We set it up from raw accounting data, and then we essentially act as that strategic advisor every month to help navigate them. And then their CFO or controllers do the rest, really.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Anna.
Thank you for your
it was
team.
really nice to catch up again for this occasion and to see what you have built. I'm really impressed. So
well,
continue like
congrats to you. What's impressive is, hitting, I think you're way past 1 million now. Where are you at with your follower count?
Well, we can share on screen as a pathway to 1,100,000 something. I just managed to it's crazy that I could manage the growth. It's 1,200,000 followers.
You know what? I'm curious. You've never shared. I know my total number of views for my content. I want to know how many hundreds of millions of people you've reached.
Yeah, I have this, in 2023, I have a slide on this. And then we move to the next. In 2023, where is this slide? This is 186 million people in 2023.
186 million. That is insane.
1 year.
And
so.
and you haven't counted 2024 in there.
No, yeah, it's only 2023. It's actually over, it was ended in July 2023 so July 2023. So I think if you take,
I'm sure that's another 50 million at least that's been added in 2024. That's insane. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. So thank you, Anna, for everything, and let's catch up after.
For sure.
Bye.
Thanks for having me, and big congratulations once again.
Thank you. So we have now the Josh and the Christian, two personalities that I really like, because for Josh is exchanging every day on the business, on how we can help really our audience and building something. And with Christian is really in AI, how can we change things in finance? So I'll ask first Josh. So welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you. We started together by actually working together and to help you also get some exposure on LinkedIn. Can you tell how it was and your journey, from this moment to where you are right now?
Sure. I think it was close to exactly 2 years ago now that we were working with each other, because I remember by the end of 2022, my goal was to hit 20,000 LinkedIn followers, which is just crazy to think right now I'm at over 400,000 followers. So first, the way that we initially got connected, I started publishing, and there were only at the time a few finance and accounting creators. Still, I feel like there aren't so many, where it's a small world still. And you were one of those people. And unlike a lot of the other creators who we just exchanged a few direct messages, you said, hey, we really need to hop on a call. And I thought to myself, I don't know, hopping on a call. I don't really know this guy. Should I do it? We set up a call, and I'm so glad we attended the call, because it was just it was very evident really quickly that you really knew what you were talking about. And I asked you casually, I didn't really have this thought when we hopped on the call. I said, hey, what are your thoughts on me maybe like hiring you as a coach? And you emailed me afterwards saying, hey, if you want to hire me as a coach, this is what we can do. And I thought to myself, all right, why don't I go ahead and give it a try? And easily the most influential piece of my LinkedIn journey for sure was hiring you as a coach and really just asking you a bunch of questions about how to really create content that resonates with the audience. And my journey was really never the same after we worked with each other. So I think that answers your question. Did I miss anything on that?
No, it's very good. And that's, I have to say I don't really do that anymore. I think I did that with you and with Nathan that is coming, like helping 1 month somebody. And I do that only if I know I will be the one maybe learning the most. And I got to learn so much from you because you had a team, you build a fractional CFO services with 10 to 15 people. You build a lot of other businesses. So I knew I will learn a lot from you. So now let's introduce Christian. Christian, I have to say, there is, that's also why I think in finance, in the community, we are really good. In a lot of spaces, I would have seen Christian as a competitor, somebody talking about AI for finance. And the thing is, what Christian was talking about and was writing was really, really good. And so there is this thing in this, the art of war. If you cannot beat them, join them. And so the thing is, of course, I don't want to beat Christian or whatever, but I thought I have to work with Christian. He's so smart in what he says. He's so good. And I just reach out to you and say, hey, let's do something together because what you are talking about, more people need to learn about it. So maybe explain a bit what we started to create together and how it was the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. First of all, thanks for having me and congrats on the 1 million followers. I was seeing it as well just now. And yes, I remember you first contacted me a couple of years ago, and as you were mentioning, just to exchange a few messages with each other on LinkedIn and then hop on a call as well. And then from there, we're just trying to see what each other was doing in terms of teaching people in finance how to use artificial intelligence, all of these new tools and so on. And I think we're both really excited about these tools, right? And we use them quite a lot. So it was very good to find a partner in you, as a person that I can really talk about all of these topics that I'm very excited about and how to basically teach more people and how to get more people using these amazing tools for finance.
And what is interesting is now, 1.5 years after, we have actually on this course, let me go back. We have created this course, so it's a cohort. The next one is in January, so the 14th and the 16th. We have more than 250 people that joined. I think we enabled so many people to use Python with AI. And you see the ratings. People are always excited. We got CFOs, we got FP&A managers. And what I love, I don't know about you, Christian, but is this 15 minutes when we start showing them that they can code by themselves with the use of ChatGPT, and they enter the play button and they get the first result of Python on their own computer. And that's my favorite part of the course. Everybody saying, wow, I coded. And it makes so many good memories on all of the last 10 cohorts where people learn like this. So Josh, you are back. Your camera was...
Yeah, I think I fixed it. Hopefully it doesn't overheat again.
So Josh, what is interesting is for you are really a good combination of, we saw that Oana built a tool. You also build a tool. You have also now a community. So you are doing so much. So why are you doing so much, and where can people actually benefit from everything you are doing?
Yeah, in terms of why I'm doing so much, I don't know. I guess I get bored pretty easily, and I'm definitely the type of person who likes to start a bunch of things. Sometimes I don't finish everything that I start, so that's a bit of an issue that I need to work on. But when I started my company, Mighty Digits, right from day one, I hired an engineer to help me automate a bunch of things that I was doing related to financial modeling. And I just thought to myself, oh, there's got to be a way that I don't need to do this manually. And that was 5.5 years ago. And it eventually took on a life of its own. And now our company, Model Wiz, it's an Excel add-in. You can get access to every single finance and accounting template that I have. You can customize that with a different start date, end date, departments, or whatever other assumptions. And then you could edit it directly into Excel. As you mentioned, I also just started a community. Right now, we only started it for fractional CFOs. So there's about 10 of us in the community. And in a few months, we'll be opening up to the general public. You can find that information as well as everything else about what we're doing at yourcfoguide.com.
But like what I like in videos is that we can show the tool. So do you have like 2 seconds to show us a Model Wiz?
Yeah, for sure. Let me go ahead and do that. Let me just open up my Excel.
Yeah. Because again, like what is really cool is serving everybody who, like, you are really good at dashboarding. Like, I don't know if you didn't see, like, go on YouTube and check the video of Josh on dashboarding. Is the best video. It's really inspiring. Like, he loves designs and he does the best dashboards. But the thing is, now you give that to everybody else that they can use your dashboards for their own financials. So do you want to show that?
Yes.
So it's coming. Yeah. Can I share on stage?
Yes, you can. All right. So here I'm in an Excel file and I access Model Wiz. For those of you at home, you could just click on the add-ins and search for Model Wiz and that'll come up. And when you do, you'll get this little sidebar over here. And there are a bunch of different features. Right now, I'll just focus on the templates, but hopefully in the next month or so, we're going to release the integration with QuickBooks Online, where you can pull in your QuickBooks data. You could transform it into all the templates that I'm about to show you as well. So I'm going to click on templates over here. And if you download the free version of Model Wiz, you'll be able to download this profit and loss forecast over here. So I'm going to click on download template, and you won't be able to see exactly what I have on the screen with the way the screen share goes. So I'm just going to take a snapshot of it and paste it in Excel over here. So here's an example where you can customize the start date and end date, the first month of your fiscal year. I didn't actually realize that in Australia, I don't know if it's everyone in Australia or just a large handful of people, their fiscal year starts actually July 1st instead of in January. So you can choose your fiscal year. You can choose whether you want it downloaded annually, quarterly, or monthly. So I'm just going to hit download right now and watch what happens to my Excel file. So all these templates now are just shooting into my Excel file with all the edits that I made. And you can see now that I have a general ledger, or rather my chart of accounts set up here. And it feeds directly into my profit and loss. So whatever changes that I make will automatically feed through here. Like I was showing earlier, we have the ability to see things on an annual and quarterly basis. And then check out these beautiful dashboards over here. I can just change whatever period that I want to showcase, and the information will update. And then I also have the ability to use this pitch deck where I can just come in, for example, and take a snapshot of my data. And now I have the ability to take this snapshot and put it in a PowerPoint as such. So this is just what you get in the free version. In the actual paid version, you get access to so many more templates, whether it's an entire financial model, whether it's a bunch of other really beautiful dashboards. And like I mentioned, soon we'll have the ability to connect your QuickBooks data so that all this information can be updated with just a breeze.
Cool, thank you. So that means people can have like the free version and trade before paying for it, right?
That's correct.
Good. And that's what I really like is all of this community is not only like sharing content on LinkedIn. We have a lot of people building. And Christian, you are also building things with me, but you are the one like building the most about these AI agents that we have the ambition to do more and more AI agents. So can you share a bit about maybe one AI agent that we could show how it works, because we anyway don't have too long, but maybe like one that you built to explain a bit why this is going to change also the way we work in finance. Because for those who are not aware, if you didn't hear this buzzword yet, it was ChatGPT in 2023. In 2024, it started to be AI everywhere. But now, 2025 will be about AI agents. And what is good is that Christian is building a lot on that. So if you want to share, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. So I was going to say at first that for everyone, so these AI agents are basically tools that are using artificial intelligence, but that are specifically designed for one application. So these AI agents are appearing everywhere, specifically now in this year, in 2024. So Nicholas and I were building a couple of them for some use cases in finance. So I'm trying to open one of them right now that would be around stock market and data from different companies, like publicly traded companies. So the idea of this agent, and let me just share my screen, just 1 second.
And Josh is still with us. It's just like he has a problem with his camera, so that's why I took him out of stage. For those who were asking for Josh where they can find the model, just go on his LinkedIn, Josh Aharonoff, and you can find it. And we are going to also copy the link of his profile and also model with. So, Christian, yeah, you can share your screen.
It will be this one.
Yeah, it's coming. Can I share?
Yep. So the idea of this small agent is that people can put any company in here, like let's say Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, and so on. And then they will have different visualizations to see the different stock market data. Now, this agent is using artificial intelligence to retrieve different information, and as well is using Python code. That is one of the main topics that as well we cover during our course on how to create all of these applications for finance.
And what you need also to understand is the way we build that, we don't code anything, we let AI to code for us. What is the value is we know what people need, so we build with AI those tools. And I know that some people say AI agent is not new. What is more new is that you can get much more agents right now for free. You can build them for free. You don't need to be a Python coder to build your AI agents. And we are going to build that with Christian. We are going to bring that to you. The goal is really to show to finance, yes, like you can have your AI team working with you, and we will build that really in the future. So stay tuned. Josh, welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah, I got to look into this issue with my camera. It hasn't really happened before.
Oh, good. So you were 2 days ago, or you came back yesterday from Las Vegas.
That's correct. Yeah.
And how is it to be among Excel pros, gurus? Like you saw like the world championship of Excel. So you saw like the best people in Excel. So how does it feel? How was it there?
So surreal. It's actually, I'm about to send out a newsletter with the experience and all the pictures from it. I always considered myself an Excel fanatic and someone who, by my definition was an expert. But after going to this conference, I realized there's just so many people in a completely different league, and their capabilities and passion and speed and effectiveness and all that was really amazing. So I was blown away by everyone's just passion and knowledge for Microsoft Excel. And I also got the chance to connect with some amazing people, some amazing content creators who I've been following for years. The head of Microsoft's Excel community was out there as well. I got to meet him. So it really was an amazing experience.
Really cool. And actually, we were talking about, I think, Christian, I don't know, Christian, you are interested to become an MVP or not? Because for me, like everything you do with Copilot, with Power BI, with Python and Excel, I really think here we need to ask Microsoft what is the process to get you MVP, because, well, what do you think, Christian?
Yeah, I think it's a very good program. I have seen a lot of very good people with the MVP with them. I'm particularly also very passionate about Excel, but also even like the other functionalities that Excel is having now, that's like Python in Excel and so on. So like this combination of these new two worlds, or like even Copilot. So yeah, it's a very good program.
So if somebody who is an MVP or somebody from Microsoft, like it's from me, like I want to help Christian, so please like consider him as somebody to for the MVP program. So I want maybe to ask you two, and I will ask first Josh. Talking about AI, especially, Josh, like the last 2 weeks, I have the feeling that there is like kind of it clicked on you that now you start to have the AI first approach. What was like this? Why? Because you are somebody who is like a first mover, who is a first adopter. Why it took so long that you are now using it for everything? And like you share with me like use cases that are like, wait, finally now it's showing me things and I can learn from it. So explain a bit what happened.
Yeah, so I was always familiar with what you can do with AI, but I feel like it took a really long time for AI to catch up with finance and accounting. It was really good for text, for writing, for copy, and all of that, but I hadn't really seen too many applications yet in finance and accounting. There were some things I felt like it could do, but I felt like it was still lagging. And it all really changed for me when I started utilizing AI to create more content. So I'm working on a video right now called The World's Greatest Pivot Table. And there was so much that I wanted to do with this pivot table, but I just simply didn't really know how to. And I used both ChatGPT and Claude by just taking some basic snapshots from my Excel file and explaining what I wanted to do. And I was amazed that like there wasn't one detail that was missed by these chatbots with the information that I included on the snapshot. So by just, for instance, taking a snapshot of a table, and I included the fact that the table name showed on the top left and the actual table, it was able to pick up, okay, here's where the table name is and here's where all that information is. And I was able to then ask both ChatGPT and Claude, like an AI tutor, I'm trying to do this. Can you explain to me how I could accomplish it? And it not only gave me the instructions, it gave me the exact DAX measure. For those of you who haven't ever used Microsoft's Power Pivot, the data model, it's a really powerful tool that can make your pivot tables come to life. And it gave me the exact code that I needed to use. And the code didn't always work, but what I was amazed by is anytime there was an error message, I again just took a snapshot of the screen with the error message. I didn't even say anything. And both the chatbots said, okay, I see what the issue is. We need to do X, Y, Z instead. So copy and paste this. Let's see if we can try it. And when there was an issue, they even gave me like tests to run to be able to debug it. So it really was like this capability where I had an AI tutor answering all of my questions right on demand. There's just one other use case that I was totally blown away by. I don't know if I told you this, Nicholas, but in creating this video, I wanted to do not only a pivot table profit and loss with the general ledger, but I also wanted to compare it against the budget. So I asked ChatGPT, here's all my information. Can you now prepare a budget that looks similar to the information here, but isn't quite exact so that the budget versus actuals would be believable? It sent me over in the chat a link, and when you click the link, it downloaded an Excel file, and the Excel file had multiple tabs related to each department that I submitted initially for a budget that I could actually use. So the fact that ChatGPT is at the point where it not only can ingest your data in CSV or Excel file, but also send you back an Excel file with information is just mind-blowing to me.
And I'm like, as you're talking, I'm trying to see if I can replicate that in 30 seconds to show to people, because I think like just to show to everybody, this is because somebody was asking that today, like, can you actually create Excel file with ChatGPT? And I was just saying, yes, but you have raw data, but you still have the model. So like if I say, can you create a complex financial model of multiple departments with multiple tabs for a budget of a manufacturing company, create an Excel file. Let's see while we talk what it can do. Christian, like while this is happening, what is the last week? Because you are really on top of everything that is happening. What is, and maybe we can talk about what happened yesterday with OpenAI. Like, what was the announcement of OpenAI yesterday? And what do you think is going to change for all of us? So let's open this.
Yeah, as soon as you were mentioning the last week, I was going to say yesterday night there was a big announcement, and there will be big announcements for 12 days. So it starts from yesterday, and then today, well, tonight in European time, and so on, and every night. So yesterday they introduced ChatGPT. Now they are calling Pro. So it's another subscription on top of the Plus subscription. This one costs 200 euros or USD per month. But with this one, you get priority access for the O1 model without restrictions. Now, this new model, this O1 model, it's basically just for very complex tasks. And when I mean complex, is they're doing it, let's say, for genomic research or for nuclear fusion type of problems. And what this model does, that I saw it just yesterday, but I thought it's really good, is that all of these models like GPT, they are basically using this idea of tokenization and this concept of trying to predict the next word and the next possible to see if it's correct or not. Now, what this model does is instead of just doing one prediction, it does 4 predictions. And if the 4 predictions tell you the same answer, then it will tell you the answer because it will be true. So what it does is basically reducing the hallucinations in the model.
And in finance, where do you think it will impact us? And because it's not anymore $20, it's like $200 per month. So, I mean, even me, like I use it for my business, and it's really important to stay on top. But we need to know, like, if we should buy it or not. So, what is your take on that?
So I'm waiting for the other 11 days of announcements to see if there will be more functionalities. As for now, I wouldn't say upgrade like straight away tomorrow for finance, because again, that's why I was like trying to research which use cases were happening, and they are like really okay. How to cure cancer? How to then do this advanced genomic research on the chromosomes? So for finance and accounting, I think the ChatGPT 4.0 model is the best one. That, as Josh was mentioning, it can generate Excel files. I use that one almost all the time for generating Excel files. It can generate dashboards for you, Python, everything. It can generate very well as well PowerPoint presentations. That is one of the other ones that I'm normally using quite a lot. And it just like if you say generate a downloadable PowerPoint presentation from these and these visuals, and then it just generates for you.
And I did a video that is going to come soon on how to do that, because actually there is no video on YouTube explaining that. So I did one, so for people looking at my YouTube channel. And to finish, so just to show to everybody, and that's what happened when you don't prompt well enough. So I just like ask complex financial model, but I didn't really say what I wanted inside. And I got a file with multiple tabs, but I got something random. So I guess your work was maybe took longer to get something more complex, Josh, but it's possible to get a file with multiple tabs. What we are not there yet is we don't have any connection between those tabs. We don't have formulas. But I think it's going to come because it only improves over time. So, well, Christian and Josh, thank you so much. We have 2 other guests that are coming on stage. So thank you for being part of this journey, because I mean, I'm texting you every day, guys, with Christian about AI, with Josh about the business of helping people on how to become better finance professionals. So thank you for being part of this journey. And where can people learn about you? So maybe Josh first.
You can find all of my content at yourcfoguy.com. That's my YouTube channel also is where I'm concentrating a lot of my efforts at Your CFO Guy. And then if you want to try our Excel add-in for free, modelwiz.com.
Thank you. And Christian, what about you? What is the best way to take advantage from all of this amazing knowledge you have?
Thank you. Yeah, I would say just LinkedIn. I'm normally posting all my content in there. That's like my main avenue. So yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions for everyone in the audience. And thanks again for having me, Nicholas.
Thank you. And for all of you who want to take advantage of what Christian can teach you, we have a class in January. This is like, it always gets full, so hurry up if you want to get some seats. Here you can check is the Advanced ChatGPT for Finance, where we teach you how to use AI and Python for forecasting, for analysis, and for automations. Thank you, guys, and I wish you a nice Friday and a nice weekend.
Thanks, Nicholas. I just want to share one thing. Nicholas, you told me, I think around 2 years ago when you were at maybe 60,000 followers, you said, I had this dream of getting 1 million followers. And I had never really seen anyone on LinkedIn. And I said, look, I like that you're dreaming big, but you got to be a little realistic. Do you really think you could hit 1 million followers? And it's so surreal being with you every step of the way and actually seeing that come to life today. And I'm a really big believer in this quote. If you tell people your dreams and they're not laughing, you're not dreaming big enough. Dream big and make them laugh. So way to go, Nicholas. This is really surreal. Congrats.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Christian.
All righty. Take care, everyone.
Bye. So our two next guests are Christian, welcome Christian, and Nathan. So to finish today, hi guys, this 6 hours live, which was cut in two because LinkedIn, actually I learned LinkedIn stopped at 4 hours live. So, so 6 hours was too ambitious for LinkedIn apparently. And we had to restart, but now welcome you two. So what is interesting is we are actually all of us three connected thanks to Nathan, because Christian and I, we have our courses on your platform, Nathan. So explain, why did you decide to create that where you don't want only your content, but you also want content from other people?
Thanks, Nicholas. It's great to be here celebrating your major milestone of hitting 1 million followers. Congratulations, man. Well deserved. And Christian, great to see you live here. Great to be with you guys together. So I'm the founder of CPE Flow. It's a continuing education platform where we want to provide courses with amazing instructors like Christian and Nicholas, and we have also David Fortin, to help accounting and finance professionals excel in their careers by learning the most advanced and most up-to-date knowledge and skill sets that they require in their jobs, and also for the future as well. And I've had the privilege to work with Christian on financial modeling courses and with Nicholas on a ChatGPT for finance course that our students are loving so far. And this is a NASBA approved platform. So for all certified accounting and finance professionals, they can take those courses, not only upskill, but also gain their CPE credits every single year. So that's the purpose behind this platform. And I'm excited to continue creating more courses with you guys in the future and helping our community stay up to date.
Thanks. And it's actually, like, for me, working with you, there was like really two advantages. First, you have been educating people online since more than 8 years, right? 8-9 years.
About 11 years, yes.
11 years even. So for me, like, it's so inspiring to learn from you, and you have a great way to manage your team. And you helped me actually, like, with your team set up all of my new studios. So it was really cool. And also, I have to say, I'm quite proud that thanks to you, I can give people CPE credits through my course. So without you, I could not have that. So thanks for that.
Of course, it's a partnership. I'm happy to collaborate with you, Nicholas. It's been such a pleasure to go from 0 to 100 with the entire course production together, going step by step and creating the outlines and the production and post-production. It's been super fun. And the feedback we've gotten so far is that our students are loving that course. And obviously ChatGPT continues to evolve, so the course will continue to get updated and so on in the future, but it's been great. So happy to collab with you, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you. So Christian, we are actually like almost in 10 days going to meet in person, because Christian, actually his parents are not far away from me in Stuttgart. So that's also the fun of it, is Christian, we don't only know each other digitally, but also we met in person. And I think you are one of the first that I really met in person. So explain, you had like the perfect career in FP&A. Like, why did you choose to go outside of this comfortable career to do what you are doing today?
Yeah, Nicholas, first of all, huge congratulations hitting 1 million subscribers. Super happy to you, especially because, we've been friends for over 3 years. I've seen you, when you were at, I think 7,000 subscribers, something like that at the beginning. And it's just incredible, all the work you put in over the years and where you're at now. So huge congratulations. And also super excited that this huge coincidence, we met over the internet, but our parents you happen to live very close to my parents in Germany, just 20 minutes away, which it's just a mind-blowing coincidence. So looking forward to seeing you in person again. And you asked, why did I quit my career in FP&A to become a corporate trainer and an educator? So it all started about 6-7 years ago when I was at Unilever. I was leading the marketing, finance, and analytics team. And on the side, I was also asked to lead the internal finance learning and development team at Unilever. And there, it was my first time thinking about, okay, how do I teach my fellow colleagues in finance Excel skills and other finance skills? Because Unilever had a 100-person finance team just in North America. And so I was developing pivot table courses. I remember that was my very first course. And what just really surprised me was when I was actually, first of all, I was very nervous first teaching the first course, with having 10 of my colleagues sitting in front of me. But then when I got started, it was what blew me away was just seeing when people's eyes light up when they get something, right? When they realize that something I'm teaching them helps them make the job easier. And I just got completely hooked on that. And then as I got into more senior positions and had bigger and bigger teams, I also realized that what I enjoy most about working with my direct reports is helping them develop their skills, making the next step in their career. I just always felt that was most rewarding about being a leader. And then I had the opportunity, that this was now about 3 years ago, to learn from Wes Kao at Maven how to develop a full course. Taking my subject matter expertise of 15 years in FP&A and consumer goods and tech, taking that and turning that into a course and turning it into something engaging and interactive. Wes Kao developed the Alt MBA, one of the first successful online courses, made over 10 million a year. And I learned everything from her. And during that time, I was still working in tech. And I realized that, switching from consumer goods into tech, completely different business model, different industries. But I realized that the challenges that finance people deal with are actually very similar. In fact, many of those are the same. Challenges like, how do I build a budget collaboratively? How do I improve my forecast accuracy? Or how do I build a financial model that's robust and optimized for fast iteration? And when I realized that, I thought, okay, there's really something there, that there's something I can teach people and that's applicable to finance and FP&A people across industries. And so I developed a course called FP&A Bootcamp that I started to teach live over the course of 2 weeks. Four workshops over the course of 2 weeks. I'm still teaching that course live over Zoom. The next one starts at the end of January, by the way. But then through that, I was selected to then later on build the Wharton schools. So it's the business school, part of the University of Pennsylvania. I was selected to develop their FP&A certificate program. And now I'm also a corporate trainer. I travel around, I teach companies in person, and I have a number of online courses that I've created and sell myself as well. And yeah, I quit my day job a year and a half ago, and now I'm fully, 100% full-time an educator, a course creator, a content creator, and I love it.
Thanks. I think it's really inspiring because you have been doing for a while, even if you had now you have a young kid, and you have been doing that on the side, like you were having a full-time job plus a full-time corporate trainer. And only in July last year, when we also pushed you, you did the move. But so it's really impressive. Nathan, you have been helping accountant to become management accountant. So going to the next steps. What is for you, like when you look at the last 11 years, like how has changed for accountant, what is required from them for companies, and how also, what does it mean for them now today? Like you have seen the changes. What would you advise people to do now, and that they were maybe doing wrong something like some years ago? What is changing right now with management accountants?
That's a great question, Nicholas. I've been helping professionals study for the CMA exam, Certified Management Accountant certification exams, for 11 years. And the exam itself has evolved. So if I could speak about the exam evolution, that could probably point to the changes that have been happening in the corporate world and what are the demands of management accountants in today's day and age. So back in the day, it was like a 4-part exam, and including marketing and other types of topics that are interesting for business, but not necessarily for management accountants. So we've seen the exam evolve into a 2-part exam in 2016, I believe. 2018. And they introduced data analytics to it, performance management, external financial reporting. So there have been some changes to it that I think are more applicable to today's management accountants. And this certification has been great because usually a lot of professionals get stuck in their career and they become a staff accountant, maybe a senior accountant for many years, and they can't move up the ladder anymore. They require maybe 10, 15 years of experience. So the CMA has been a way to fast track that upper mobility. So by gaining the CMA certification, companies can attest to the skill set and knowledge that these professionals have and what they've learned through this preparation, and which helps them move up the ladder into accounting manager, controller, CFO. Now, also an evolution that I've seen is FP&A. So Christian can speak to this. FP&A was not a big thing back then. This is 2013, 2014. It was a very small function within accounting and finance, but now has grown so much. So I believe that the CMA certification also addresses that in many ways with financial analysis and so on, and financial planning and performance. So I feel like FP&A has been a fantastic addition to this industry in terms of a role or a department within a company. And the bigger the company is, the bigger the demand for an FP&A function as well. So I've seen the evolution of that. And so it's a certification that has definitely changed my career trajectory from a staff accountant to controller. And then in the end, quitting my corporate job to build this company, this test prep, CMA Exam Academy, to help others follow that track and be able to move up the ladder faster, make more money, have a bigger impact in their careers, in their lives. And I've seen that through my students. We've trained thousands of professionals over the years. And the feedback we get is that they has make a big, big impact.
Thank you for this. And yeah, like I think on FP&A, you're totally right. It's crazy to see the changes. But talking about FP&A, Christian, this webinar was also a way to see like how AI is impacting all of us. So if we think only about FP&A, How do you see AI impacting FP&A?
So there are different levels of this. At the most fundamental level, now let's say, just a few weeks ago, I trained the finance team at Merck, the large pharmaceutical company, and I had my students do an exercise in Excel where they were building a financial model. And someone asked me a question about the formula, an Excel formula. And I said, look, I could tell you the answer, but I don't want to give you the fish. I want to teach you how to catch the fish yourself. So go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT how this formula works and how you should include it in your financial model. And they actually weren't used to that. They were used to Googling things. And so when she went to ChatGPT, she just put 2 words into it and pressed enter, like you would Google. Of course, it didn't give you the results. But then when I helped her a bit on how to write a prompt, you talk about this a lot, asking a full question, treating it like it's a person. She was blown away by how detailed the explanation was and how well this was explained, including step-by-step instructions, how to take this formula and build it into the model and what it does. So that's why I'm at a point where I'm not really teaching Excel anymore. I just point people to using ChatGPT or other tools. So that's the very foundational stuff. That's not future, that's already working very well today. Where I think we're at the beginning of AI's usefulness in FP&A is when it comes to using it almost a bit like a business partner or like an analysis employee. Because the thing is that when you look at the FP&A tools, right, I'm a big proponent of getting out of Excel and getting a tool that either builds on top of Excel as a plugin or that has a browser environment that helps you with planning and forecasting and modeling and reporting, crucially, because it just makes your life so much easier. And every CEO of these tool companies that I talked to recently tells me they're working on AI. And many of them already have AI. They're starting to build into AI into their tools. And why this is exciting is that when it's purpose-built for finance in their tools, then it's not going to hallucinate, right? That's a challenge with just vanilla AI tools. And it's a little bit guardrails around it so that it's very useful for the specific thing. For example, making a projection or finding a certain cut of the data in a complex spreadsheet and visualizing it immediately so that you can confirm that it's doing the right thing and save your time. So this is, I think, where it's going. All these tool companies are racing to develop the best AI tool. I think it's still early stage, but definitely a space to watch. I think in the latest 3-4 years, you'll have extremely capable tools there.
Yeah, and I've seen also a lot of tools. What was hard, I think 1 year ago, was really to do calculation with AI. Now it's really clear. There is a clear method is AI, or let's say LLMs are not calculating, LLMs are coding. So giving the formula, and then Python is calculating, or you have SQL. And I think like for everybody, like now it's clear. Once you understand that, you can audit the result. You can, a lot of these tools also show you the back end to allow you to audit, to make sure that what is happening in front of your eyes is not hallucination.
That is very
for
true.
You, Nathan, you have been also writing about that and making videos already almost before ChatGPT was popular. So how has AI changed first the last 3 years, like also the discussion, the tone, and its impact on accounting, because that's what you look the most at?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been writing a little bit about it in the past because it piqued my interest. AI, we knew it was coming. We just didn't know when. And when they released with ChatGPT, that really changed everything, as we know. So from an educational standpoint, which is the space I'm in, we've been testing with AI tools and how to bring to life an AI tutor for test prep, for the CMA specifically, since that's the core business that we have. And yeah, to your point, early on, theoretical type of questions, it could hammer them out very easily, but computational ones, it will hallucinate all the time. So 9 out of 10 answers were wrong. And this is like version 1 of an AI model like ChatGPT. Today, it's still not quite there yet, but I mean, this is still so early on for this technology out in the mass market. But in the next year or two, I suspect that it'll be so much more powerful, and we'll be able to do a lot of math calculations accurately. So far for us, for now, we rolled it out to our students, and mostly for theoretical type of support. For computational type of questions and support, we still involve our CMA coaches because we don't quite trust ChatGPT or any other model to give us the right answer yet, or give our students the right answer for that matter. So it's evolved, and it will continue to do so. We are super excited over here about the developments of what this can become. And we have like new developments in the next year, I think, with new AI tools and automations through this technology. So we're super excited about it. We're going to be creating a lot of content around this topic, just because we know that people in our industry are very curious about how this will impact their jobs in day-to-day life. I feel like all the clerical work will definitely go away. Some people don't like to say that, but that's in the horizon. So for those of you who are doing clerical work, it's great that you have that foundational knowledge, but I feel like now is the right time to upskill and start learning about using AI tools and ChatGPT. Really, don't fear it. It's just another tool. It's like learning Excel, but now you're just learning AI. And those who learn it will definitely have more job security in the future. And also you'll be able to upskill and learn new technology, which always feels great.
Yeah, and I want to add to something that Nicholas just said. Nicholas just said, well, you need to combine AI with Python and then have Python do the calculation. I think that's a really important point to stress, because that's how you can get around some of the limitations even today. You don't have to wait until 2 or 3 years until all these software tool companies have everything perfectly polished for you. You can do that now and have a competitive advantage by learning how to use AI to help you with Python. You don't need to be a programmer anymore. It can do a lot of that for you, and then use the two in combination. I think, if I remember correctly, Nicholas, that's something you talk a lot about in your training programs, right?
Yeah, and that's what we are teaching in January. I was explaining before with Christian Martinez, because it's really an enabler. You can do so much, and it's not only calculating. I showed earlier in my course, you can, for example, automate tasks, which is, like combining Excel files or splitting Excel files, or even pulling data from your system and then enriching the data. This is really an enabler. And if you don't want to wait, that's something somebody else is building. You can start building now. And myself, I'm building, even though I never coded in my life. So
that speaks to the power of AI. Exactly. I mean, there's a time when we're going to look at history and be like the time before AI and the time after AI, because it's changed so much. I mean, probably you guys' work has changed quite a bit since ChatGPT came out. It definitely has for me. So it's exciting times for sure.
Exactly. And I want to, so we are now at the end of the 6 hours, which is kind of a marathon. So but it's good. We're still there. And thank you for everybody who's still there. And they will be recording on YouTube. I want to finish just by a note on this journey. What was for you, like when we worked together, like do you have any story that is funny to share that people might not know, like the behind the scenes? I don't know who wants to start first. If Nathan, you want to start?
Yeah, of course. We've worked in several capacities. One, Nicholas, I don't think anyone knows, but Nicholas is my LinkedIn coach. He's the man behind the content that I've been putting out on LinkedIn. He showed me how to create valuable content, not just content for the sake of it, but really good, solid content to help my audience. And it's been so good, Nicholas. So we started working last year to today, and we produce content regularly based on the strategies that you've shown us. So you're the brains behind it. So super happy about that. And also CPE Flow, we developed a course together in ChatGPT, and it's a great starting point for anyone who hasn't delved into AI yet. Maybe you're a little afraid of it, you're not sure where to start. That's a fantastic way to start with it.
Yeah. So go to CPE Flow if you want to learn ChatGPT and get credits for it. There is my team, we are going to put links, and Nathan, you can continue commenting as well.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Nathan. And yeah, I have to say the same way, because Josh was a bit the same story. We worked 1 month together, and for me, I knew that working together, I will learn so much from you. So I was like, yes, like I'm happy to do that. And actually, you were the only 2 person I did that with, because I knew that it's just the start of a relationship. Now we are friends. We are exchanging a lot of value, and I just feel lucky that we got the time and the opportunity to work together. So thank you, Nathan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nicholas. And congrats again.
Thanks. So Christian, you will have the last words as a guest today. So yeah, like anything you want to share that people don't know, that are maybe in the background, that is funny enough to explain?
Maybe quite literally the background. So I had the pleasure of joining Nicholas at his house a few times, and when I was there, I was surprised that, because when you see him on camera, it looks the studio looks so professional, right? But actually, it's at the very top of the house, right, at the very, like, right under the roof. Like, one roof is on an angle. Actually, there isn't a lot of space there, but it's actually kind of tiny. But Nicholas just manages to cram all the lights in there and the cameras and look professional. So that was my behind the scene surprise when I saw that.
Yeah, that's always fun. And I think if over time I might invest in a studio but for now, like, I want to invest in creating content and creating also value for a lot of people. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Christian and Nathan, that you came. Have a good day. I think you are going to train Google, no? Or you train Google, Christian?
Yeah, I have. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm training 40 finance employees at Google today in a 3-hour virtual workshop. I have another one next week. Today is about analysis. Next week will be about financial modeling. Really excited to do it. And by the way, if anyone would like to learn more from me, you can go to fpaprep.com. Oh, thank you, Nicholas, for pulling it up. You can go to fpaprep.com, and then just at the very top, just put your email address there, and you'll get my weekly newsletter. It's called FP&A Tuesday. It goes out every Tuesday, and in each newsletter, I share 3 insights from me, 2 insights from others, and an infographic with FP&A tips and advice.
Thanks. And Nathan, for you, what is the best way for people to reach out? CMA?
Oh, the best spot would be cpeflow.com. And everyone, if you want to take courses on financial modeling from the man, Christian Wattig, definitely check it out. If you want to take courses on ChatGPT from Nicholas, our host, check it out as well. These are amazing courses. They put a lot of love into them, and you will gain so much from them. So CPE Flow will be the place to be. That's where we're sending, or my LinkedIn profile as well.
Thank you. Well, thank you, guys. And I will just stay like 2 minutes with my audience alone to thank them. But you can go now backstage. Thank you for coming. And thank you also for being there on this journey.
Thanks, Nicholas.
So this is the end of this 6 hours marathon. Thank you also for the team that was behind in the background to help me. If you liked what you had today, please, I will ask 3 things. First, this is really important for me because I'm not faking engagement like a lot of other profiles, but it's like this. Like, for me, I want real comments. So if you see any post from me on LinkedIn, like, just leave a like or a comment next time you see it, just that I know that you are there. That's the first thing. The second thing is, so let me share my screen. The second thing, really important, because I think more people need to see this, my YouTube channel. So now you are seeing what I'm listening and what I'm watching, but I think I need to go to, you can see that I'm not yet a pro at YouTube. So I'm going to post so much value there. So please go and subscribe, like the videos, help me here, because this type of content you saw today where we spend time together, you will get that every week in this. And then the last part, if you are really serious about learning every week from me exclusive content, please come and join the AI Finance Club. This is where I put really the best out of the best content. This is also a close community where a lot of people learn from each other. So consider joining. If it's not possible for you to join because it's also it's at $1,000 the subscription. So I understand that some people cannot do that. Just you have all of the other tools like YouTube or LinkedIn. But if you want high-class content, if you want also one-to-one with me, if you want masterclass, if you want, this is the place to get the most from me and also all of the other experts. Thank you, everybody. We did it. 1 million. Now, let's see if one day there will be a 6 hours webinar for 2 million on LinkedIn. I don't know. It's not my priority right now. My priority is really to continue to give you a lot of content because I am lucky that I have access to a lot of knowledge and I want to digest it and show it to you because I believe in finance, we have access to data, we have access to management, we have also access to other departments, and we are really good with technology. And that puts us really in place to be the best at becoming the AI champion of business. And I want all of you to become the AI champion, but also to bring everybody else with us. So please, one thing to do is share all of this with all of your colleagues, with everybody around you, because this is a lot of free knowledge. So go ahead and share that. And I will see you in all of my next content, my next post. Thank you for being there. I'm really grateful that I have all of you. Bye-bye, everybody.